like we said, it went down to the last at bat. And Flutie and Boston College have won it.
He's asking where Kozar is.
This is one of the most remarkable football games I have ever seen.
The last play. Doug Flutie is here. First of all, he gets excellent protection by his offensive line. He's going to scramble a little bit, but the Miami defense does something you just can't do in a situation like this. There is no time left when he throws the ball. There are a lot of defenders there. Phelan is behind the defense where you just cannot let an offensive pass receiver in those kinds of situations get behind you. The ball was in the air for 64 yards. Take a look in the middle, number 20, Gerard Phelan, Doug Flutie's roommate. He knows it's a desperation throw. All he is hoping back here is for a tipped ball. He is behind the defense, though. That can't happen. It cannot happen, but it did.
Doug Flutie and his roommate, Gerald Phelan. Last year at the Liberty Bowl, they had a fire alarm break out in the hotel. Phelan got up and said, "Women, children, and Doug Flutie first." He knew what he was talking about.
Between Fullerton Union High School and Saddleback High School has been made possible through the support of the Kiwanis Club of Fullerton, Fullerton Union High School Key Club, Sharp Insurance Agency, FUHS Restaurant, Lease Quip, the Fullerton Union High School Quarterback Club, and the Rotary Club of Fullerton, on behalf of the Interact Club of Fullerton Union High School, encouraging high ethical standards with the four-way test.
Ago, the 1984 regular season ended with a three-way tie at the top of the Freeway League. Fullerton, La Habra, and Sunny Hills, along with fourth place Troy, all advanced to the Central Conference CIF playoffs. In first round action last week, Sunny Hills and Fullerton kept their season alive with big wins, while the year ended for Troy and La Habra. It was the same story in South Orange County as Saddleback and Newport Harbor tied for first place in the Seaview League, the only blot on their records being a tie game when both of those teams met. The co-champions, along with University, advanced to the Central Conference CIF playoffs. Saddleback and Newport Harbor will both be playing in the second round after overpowering their opposition in week one. And sadly, the season ended for University after being shut out by Valencia. Group W Cable presents 1984 Central Conference football. Tonight is a CIF Southern Section quarterfinal game. Saddleback High School, co-champion of the Seaview League, brings its 10-0-1 record to Fullerton to face the tri-champions of Three-Way League and their 10-1 record. Hello again, everybody, and welcome to Fullerton District Stadium. Tonight we have a real good one for you. 8 teams remain in the Central Conference, 2 of them here at Fullerton District Stadium tonight. You might say it's the pride of the north of Orange County against the pride of the south. I'm Lon Brunk, along with me, the radio voice of the Fullerton College Hornets. Here with us tonight, Dave Lewis. And Dave, yes, it is north versus south.
I love that concept, north versus south. That kind of creates the idea Orange County Civil War. That's exactly what we have here tonight. From the south, the Rebels, otherwise known as the Saddleback Roadrunners, against the pride of the north. However, Valencia might have something to say about that. Fullerton's Indians will call them the Yankees tonight, and that's not exactly Fort Sumter out there, but it'll do for our purposes this evening.
General Lee and General Grant patrolling the sidelines. Both these teams highly successful in 1984. And Dave, tell us a little bit about how what kind of roads they took to get here to the second round of the CIF.
Well, Fullerton finished in the Tri-Championship in the Freeway League, along with Sunny Hills and La Habra. Their only blemish coming against La Habra. Last week they ended up beating Garden Grove 22-0 to get here. They stand at 10-1 of the season. On the other hand, Saddleback from the CG League, they finished tied with Newport Harbor. Coincidentally applied the only blemish on their record, the tie in their homecoming. They're 10-0-1. Coincidentally, Sunny Hills and Newport Harbor play in the upper bracket, so it's another North-South Freeway League CVU competition in that one.
The hometown Fullerton crowd rooting for their Fullerton High School Indians as they march slowly and disciplined likewise onto the field. Saddleback enters tonight's contest as a slight favorite, Dave, and I think that's based on the fact that they have great overall team speed and a fine core of running backs.
Well, the only time Fullerton's played against teams with speed have been twice this year against Norte Vista and La Habra. La Habra, the only team to beat them this year. Saddleback, great speed, particularly in the skill position, running backs, wide receivers, and that causes a problem because they have three good ones in Baker, Jones, and Campbell. All three of them are so good that the Indians cannot key on any one of them, so that's going to cause a problem on the Indian side.
Well, it should be a great one, as we said. Saddleback to your right, there are in the green and white. To your left will be the hometown Fullerton High School Indians with a fine record of 10-1. Saddleback 10-0-1, as we said. The only blemish being a tie game, and ironically, it was at their homecoming against the team that would tie them for the CVU League Championship, Newport Harbor. Back deep for the Saddleback Roadrunners will be number 20, Myron Butler, and number 17, Earl Jones. Look for a lot of speed from those two young men. About ready to tee it up and get it underway here. Group W bringing you high school football here, CIF action. For the Fullerton High School Indians, Mike Maneni will be kicking off. And we're just about ready to get underway. A nice-sized crowd here, both from the home and the visitor side. A lot of tension out there on the field. You can see kind of butterflies until you get that first hit in.
And it's cold, too, on top of it.
Underway here at Fullerton District Stadium, a short kick, almost like a shot to the side, and finally picked up there by Saddleback. I'm not sure if that was a design play or not. Perhaps they were looking for an early break, but number 88, Gary Deans, the punter for Saddleback, came up with a ball in great field position about the 38. Either it was a miss hit or they were looking for something quickly. Backfield, Saddleback offense, Jones, Campbell, they're quick ones. Cook, the quarterback. Butler dealing on Taveros, and he'll put a lot of people in there. Bell, Warnick, Delgado, Carranza, and Pisick. That's the front group for Coach Jerry Whitty and his staff, and a little timeout to start off with right here as the officials for tonight's game are going to tell the people with the clock some time should have expired, at least 5 or 6 seconds. Referee Lee Phelps tonight, umpire Joe Kozak, head linesman Richard Castaneda, and field judge Bill Jordan. They'll be calling all the action, and of course the officials are so important in these contests because quite often teams are so close, Dave, that a call one way or the other often decides the outcome.
Well, Martin Luge was telling us before the game that in a game like this, sometimes a called back touchdown, a big penalty, something controversial of that nature will decide the outcome of a ball game. And you hate to have a call come down to a CIF game like this. You ought to let the players decide, and sometimes it does come to a crucial decision by the men in the pinstripes.
Well, it looks like they have 6 seconds they have taken off at this point. They're settled at 11:54. Referee Lee Phelps says it's ready to go. Ontiveros splits to the right this time for Saddleback. Butler to the left. Don't be surprised to see a lot of motion from this Saddleback offense. From the 38-yard line at the helm, John Cook. Pitch out to the fleet of foot. Jones, he's over the right side and open into Indian territory quickly. Knocked down there, but not before he gets to the 38-yard line of the Indians. An excellent first play by Saddleback.
Something we were talking about, a big play offense like Saddleback. That time they designed it very well. Great blocking from the wide receiver, and that time the fullbacker, the running back there, Baker, and he hemmed in the linebacker on that side, Garcia, which opened him and sprung him loose.
You saw that Fullerton defense. They will have their hands filled up tonight with the likes of people like Jones. First down from the 38. Cook, a fine runner and a fine passer. Now you see they have two wide receivers left and right. Back to throw. Under pressure and sacked right there at the 45-yard line. Excellent play. That time coming up is number 99, Tim Wackholz. He came up and did a great job getting to the inside, and a flag down on the play. See if they were marking it, or it looks like it's going to go against Fullerton, Dave.
Looks like a late hit there on the sack. Fullerton, you'll see how they employ a 4-4 look in the front with only 3 defensive backs, and that time they blitzed the linebacker Mitchison from the middle. One of the keys to tonight's game is containing Cook, not letting him get outside, and putting a lot of pressure via the blitz.
Well, of course, that negates an excellent sack by that Fullerton defense, and they're going to need some big breaks tonight against this Saddleback team that everyone says is super quick. Again, a slot man to the right, this time Cook under center. Just underway here. Campbell in motion, back to Jones over that right side again. Stacked up and finally knocked down at about the 27-yard line. This is the kind of action that Coach Jerry Whitty's Roadrunners have exhibited all year long, Dave.
The good speed to the outside, and Coach Lucci said the key to success tonight is to contain. Force the great speed, turn him back inside, not allow guys like Jones, who is such an outstanding player on both ends of the field, give him room and gone.
Well, Saddleback averages 5.6 yards every time they rush the ball. Here you see him in that power I formation. They'll move Joe Deals out to the left side into a slot, keep the eye. Second man through, Jones avoids the tackler but can't get away from the second one. Fine defensive play that time by number 32, Mark Chavera.
Something we'll see from the Indians a lot, how the people from the secondary are very active, guys like Anaya and Mark Chavera coming up as extra linebackers, and they'll need a lot more of that to shut down the ferocious running game from Newport.
Second down and 10 from the 27-yard line. That John Cook is a fine runner and passing too, 51% for the year, but he has been sacked 18 times. So that smallish Saddleback line often having trouble against the big defensive teams. First back through, it's a fake. Cook keeps it himself over the right side and is finally knocked down, but not before he gains enough for a first down to about the 10-yard line. Give him a gain of about 13.
That time, if you looked at Richard Garcia, that time he was playing the pitch man, and Martin Luigi was very wary of running the option, covering the pitch man, trailing. That time, Garcia played the tailback Jones that time, and that allowed Cook enough room to scamper afield.
Timeout Fullerton, down to the 15-yard line as the unmarked field will give us a little bit of rough going here early in the contest, but we'll get it together for you. As the coaches come out for Fullerton and Saddleback, and, well, Saddleback has not done anything different than Coach Lou J and his staff saw on the films. They like to do a lot of option type of things, and that time the Indian defense got stuck hanging on to Campbell. Cook had the option, kept it himself, and a good choice by the young man.
Well, he's so dangerous. He's a good passer. We'll see a little later on. He hasn't put it up yet, but he has a tremendous strong arm. We watched him in the warm-ups throwing 55 yards. So he poses a lot of threats, as well as his running ability, good scrambling, good presence as far as reading defenses, and he can put it up deep.
Well, I'll tell you, when you run the ball so well, you get those corners and safeties coming up a little bit, and then they have those fleet people like Deal and Butler, Davis, and Ontiveros on the outside. So the Fullerton defense, as we said, a stern task for them tonight to advance into the semifinals of the CIF 2A Central Conference. Cook sends Butler to the left this time. Still in the eye backs. You're going to see a lot of Earl Jones and also a lot of Teddy Baker, number 7 tonight. Jones in the eye, 1st and 10 from the 15. Now shifts into a power set. Gives it to the first back through Campbell, and he's stacked up right there at the line of scrimmage. A whole lot of Indians met him right there.
Well, I guess it'd be a Cecil B. DeMille cast of thousands, Dave McKinnon among others. And part of the key to establishing the option is letting that fullback break through there. And once you start to key on him, that'll enable the outside team to open up.
Well, McKinnon's a tough guy to get by at 6'6", 270-pounder. Senior is one of the more highly rated linemen in Orange County. Second down and 9 now for that powerful Roadrunner offense. Again, you see that power eye with Deal shifting off to the left side this time. Back to pass over the middle, but ball tipped right at the line. Couldn't quite get a number on it, but I believe it was number 75, McKinnon again, who got the big left hand up and knocked that ball down.
And once again, a lot of things you're going to see from the Fullerton secondary is a lot of man coverage. Since they put 8 men essentially at the line of scrimmage, you're going to see guys like Anaya and Sepulveda at the other corner, man-to-man against the fleet receivers, Deal and Butler. That's going to cause problems and possibly a lot of single coverage. Cook can beat him deep.
Well, that's this is the position that Fullerton would like to get Saddleback in, 3rd and long, perhaps force him to throw. Again, you see that power eye shifting. This time, Deal comes out a little bit farther out to the left side. Cook back to throw, under pressure from Welch, but he's got a nice screen set up to Jones, to the 10. 5, outside to the flag, touchdown Saddleback. Earl Jones from John Cook, 15-yard TD.
He couldn't design that any better. Screen pass designed to suck in the linemen, and when you play 8 men at the line of scrimmage, once you establish that screen, that time they had Jones out in the flat, You had one-on-one coverage out there, and Sepulveda was the only man that Jones had to beat to get in the end zone. Simply a lead block by the fullback took care of David, and it was all over.
Show a lot of looks. 8:46, first period. Saddleback on the board first, 6-0. In the kick, Todd Maxwell trying to PAT. Snap is down, away, and looks good. It is good. 7-0. Saddleback, and that's what they wanted to do, get ahead of this Indian team that can use up a lot of time on the clock. An excellent first drive. That drive went 62 yards for the Saddleback Gauchos, the Saddleback Roadrunner. 3:09 time consumed and only 9 plays, so they made good use of that drive to come up with a 7-0 lead. Well, the Indians are probably the kind of team, when you look at their possibilities against this Saddleback Roadrunner team, because they try to have ball control, Dave, and because they're more interested in eating up the clock, it's not to their advantage to get too far behind here. That takes them out of their strength.
Well, they're not really well known for throwing the ball, and Luce mentioned that he wants to control the ball, keep his defense off the field, and when you let a big play team like the Saddleback team come out and score early, it takes you out of some of the things you want to do offensively.
Leading 7-0 now. Saddleback with Maxwell. Kick a little bit longer than the other way around, down to the 10-yard line is Chivera. Chivera inside, good move and a nice return to the 32-yard line. So Mark Chivera gives the Indians fine field position on their first possession tonight. Well, quite often, Dave, you'll see a team come on and offensively do well in that first drive and then see the other team make adjustments defensively the second time around. Right now, the Indians would do well to consume some time up here and come up with some points on the next drive or so.
And they have the tools more than capable of doing just that.
Well, they send a lot of men in motion this time. Kurt Jaggett to the left side, Sepulveda to the right. Split backs in there, and Chivera and Garcia. Victor Williams at the helm. Going deep to Sepulveda, and he's knocked down by Teddy Baker. That'll be a flag. Baker did the right thing. There you see that Fullerton offense of Sepulveda, Chivera, Garcia, Williams, Welsh, and Daggett. That'll switch up a little bit. Hughes, McKinnon, Mitchison, Adams, and Bailey. The front line, guys will have to offer some protection tonight. We'll see some people shift in and out of that position, too. That'll go to the 48-yard line, first down, and actually a smart play by Baker. If he doesn't hold up Sepulveda there, it's touchdown Indians the other way.
Well, look, essentially like bump and run coverage. It's kind of surprising that Fullerton would air it out in the first play and elect to go deep. Mostly a ground control team like we mentioned.
Full house backfields. 2 tight ends this time, 1st and 10 from the 48-yard line. Williams looks over, gives off the left side to Chivera, and he pops over through a hole past the 40 to the 38-yard line. A nice gain for Chivera of about 15 yards. Excellent second play over that left side of that Indian offensive line of Damon Dodge and Glenn Adams.
We talked a lot about Richard Garcia, but they have 3 fine running backs. David Dinsmore, the quickest of the 3. A slasher type, which is Mark Chivera, which he showed that time in bursting up the middle. And Garcia, the short yardage, big guy on big kind of short yardage. 3rd and 2, go for that guy.
Well, it's nice to have those 2 horses back there in Chivera and Garcia. And as you say, Dinsmore does a fine job, too. Full house again. 2 tight ends for the Indians. The ball's loose, flying around. Let's see if the Indians fell on it. The Roadrunners are saying they recovered the ball, but it looked like the Indians were there. But no, the Roadrunners come up with a first turnover of the evening, and that could be a big factor tonight.
Earl Jones was at the bottom of that stack, who was the Seaview Defensive Player of the Year, and has a nose for the football and showed why that time. Fullerton can't afford to turn the ball over. We mentioned ball control. Turnovers are not a part of that game plan.
Again, we're going to see if we get a chance to see that again. I don't think the handoff was ever made. The ball was popping around right from the beginning. Cook and the Roadrunners leading 7-0 from the 34-yard line. He's back to throw on 1st and 10. He's got a man, Butler, into Indian territory at the 40-yard line. An excellent first down call.
Something we mentioned earlier, how they have good speed through the Saddleback Roadrunners at the end. They average nearly 20 yards a catch, and when you come up and key the run, you're going to get that single coverage, and possibly on post patterns and things of that nature, get burned deep.
26-yard play. Take it down to the Indian 40. And everything we've heard about this Roadrunner offense being explosive appears to be the case so far tonight. Butler to the left this time. Again, that power I deal at the top. They give it to Jones over the right side. Tackled and ball loose. Indians have it. So tit for tat, turn it right around, give it back to the Indians on the other side.
Well, that time they simply ran from the I formation, and the Indian defense came out stinging. The man who applied the hit was Steve Ramsey, lowered his helmet and forced the ball loose and enabled the Indians to pounce on the thing, and here they are in business again.
Well, they lost a little bit of yardage on the exchange of fumbles, but that could be a problem for this option-type offense for Saddleback. They've got to be able to hang on to the ball. Daggett to the left of the screen, Sepulveda to the right. Chavera and Garcia remain in the backfield. Quick hitter, looking for Sepulveda. They have him at the 50, midfield. Good play of 15. Second time in a row, Dave, they've gone to the pass on first down. Perhaps changing up, trying to catch them looking for that running game.
Well, obviously the scouting report for Fullerton indicates run, run, and run again. And David Sepulveda is more than a competent receiver. Second in the county, had that great game against Buena Park where he caught 26 balls and established a CIF record, so he is dangerous.
Welch, Sepulveda, and Chavera come out. Stewart to the top of your screen. Williams still has two men in the backfield in Garcia and in Dinsmore. Looks like he might be audibilizing here. Gives to the first man through. That's Garcia. He beats a few men and goes inside the 40 to the 37-yard line. Richard Garcia, what a horse.
I tell you, he shook tacklers like lawn front groupies again. And he's the kind of back, as we mentioned, of the three, the strong type back. He simply rolled over road runners and didn't take any prisoners that time. He's the kind of guy you're going to watch on short yardage and roll over road runners, hopefully for Fullerton all night long.
Well, Fullerton's come up with a gain of 15, and they're a gain of 13, so their first down plays have been effective tonight. Daggett to the bottom of your screen. Williams, the junior, a ball control type of quarterback. Pitches out here to Garcia, trying to get wide. Jones steps up. Bonnie tackle made by number 54, Don Warnick, from his linebacker position for the Roadrunners. But a nice little gain on first down, give him a gain of about 4 yards.
Could have been more, but McKinnon missed a block. We mentioned one of the premier linemen in the conference. Tried to go and take care of the cornerback and simply missed his man, and the corner slipped by him and closed in and made the tackle.
One of the aspects of the Indian team that many people overlook, this is a pretty good offensive unit.
More balanced than they have been in years past.
Williams again with Dinsmore and Chavera this time. Slot man to the bottom of the screen. Tight ends this time. A fake pitch going to the other side, that time to Chavera. So a little fake direction to fake a pitch to the right. Give it to the man slanting across. Short gain of about 2 yards, making a third down. About 4 yards to go, a long 4, Dave.
3rd and 4 is kind of one of them iffy downs where you can do a lot of things, not necessarily a run or a pass, because these Indian backs average around 6 yards a carry. Chavera and Garcia, they do. So it'll leave them a lot of options on what they want to do here.
A lot of men being run in and out by both teams early in the game here. Cotero in now for the Indians. Split backs. Hands off. Ball loose again. I believe Saddleback has it. Let's see. Looked like the ball was loose. Yes, it is. Second turnover. Again, this time it didn't look like Williams made contact with the runner. Ball loose. Couldn't see who came up with it. But the Roadrunners with their second turnover recovery of the game.
Exactly right. The same play that they turned it over before, when the quarterback faking on the fullback lead there, never getting a clean exchange. That happened exactly 2 times. We're going to take a look at this again. Watch this. Never clean exchange as they go to Garcia, make that Chavera, and the ball came loose. Simply another Roadrunner turnover.
Well, the Roadrunners are the kind of team you don't want them on the field too often, and that can cause problems for you if you keep turning the ball over to them. That power I again, 4:28 first quarter. Gives it to the first man through, and he's stacked up there real well by the Indian defense. Among that group, number 34, Richard Garcia, one of the fine two-way men for the Indians, and also number 50, Ramsey.
Well, if you can have a veteran at a high school level, Richard Garcia would be that man. He's been a linebacker here for 3 years, and I remember seeing him as a sophomore. What intensity, one of a leader. When you're only 15 years of age, you come out there and you take in charge of these seniors, and he's proven that. And as a senior now, he's really dominating.
Second down and 10, no gain on that first down play. Man in motion this time is Jones, slotting to the right side. Cook back to throw, under pressure, finds Jones. Did he get it inbounds? No, he was out of bounds. Man was open, couldn't quite get there. Robert Welch providing the pressure.
Something they'd like to do with Jones is move him out of the backfield, put him on a slot, and allow him to come out of a backfield, because he's a tremendous receiver as well as a running back. What they did that time is they cleared with a wide receiver deal that time deep and allowed Jones to maneuver inside against the linebacker. And he has such great speed, as do all these Roadrunners, enables him to get loose.
Well, Jones, as you said, 6.7 average every time he carries the ball, but 16.8 every time he catches it. So it's a dangerous force for the Roadrunners. Cook back to throw again. Going long. Sepulveda has a man covered in Butler. Incomplete, so the 3rd down and 11 play didn't work. Saddleback will have to punt for the first time tonight.
Very advantageous for the Indian side that they stopped him after the second turnover, so that possibly could maybe create a little momentum on the Indian side and get him back in business.
Well, again, both of these coaches indicated in our pregame discussions with them that they'd like to get both sides in 3rd down and long to take them out of their strengths. And that time, Sepulveda had beautiful coverage on Butler. Back to kick for Saddleback will be number 88, Gary Deans. Bringing back the punt will be number 1, Sepulveda, and number 10, they have number 32, Chavera now back there. So Sepulveda and Chavera. Indians looked like they might have been a man short, and they finally send one guy in here. And I think it may have cost them a timeout, Dave.
Kind of something you don't want to really do early is use these timeouts because they become valuable later. The first half, they're not so critical. But later on, a mistake like this, not getting out there in the special teams, could really cost you when you're possibly having a 2-minute drill and you need to get points on the board. You won't be able to stop the clock at extra time.
Number 76, Glenn Podignani, came in late there.
I think we're working on that one a while.
Yeah, we're working on that a long time. don't even know if I have it right yet. Well, Saddleback, as you said, 4th down and 11 here. Again, Dean's back. The Indians handle this ball right. They should have excellent field position. Sepulveda and Chavera back at around their own 40-yard line as Dean sets up at about his own 15. Snaps are important here. This one goes long over his head, back into the end zone. Dean can't find it. Ball loose, flying around. Do the Indians have it? It's a pile up in the end zone. Touchdown, Fullerton. Or is it a touchback? It is a touchback, excuse me. Put his hands together. That means Saddleback did recover it. Safety, excuse me, a safety call, 2 points for Fullerton, and Saddleback will have to kick it from the 20. Well, if you can't get 6, at least get 2.
I think it jinxed it when you're talking about the cruciality of the snap. That time a high one we see at the junior college level. A lot of problems with the high snaps with Fullerton there. This time the snap, it looked like he never did get the handle on it. He fired a rocket over his head. And it looked like he was just going to try to pounce on it, and he never did get a hold of it. Fortunately for the Roadrunner side, a white shirt got it before an Indian did. The closest man was Robert Welch, and he missed it too.
Looked like a couple guys were pouncing around on it. They're happy on the Indian sideline. 7-2 the tally right now. 3:31 to go in the first period of play. So the Indians will get the ball and come up with a deuce. So the ball floating around in there, and as you said, Robert Welch with an initial chance to get the ball. But Saddleback back there well. Looks like center Steve Delgado got just a little bit of muscle on that ball. Often that's a play that's overlooked. You have to get the ball back to that punter before anything else can develop.
A little bit of muscle. Oh, boy.
Let's see if they elect to put the ball down here at the 20. Some confusion over there from Jerry Whitty's group in a Roadrunner, and now he's saying, no, let's see. Let's have you stand over here, all right. All right, that fills that spot. Now, I tell you what, we're going to bring Gary Deans out this time, and let's see if we see Todd Maxwell. We do see him, so that's the changes.
Moving around like chessmen, I tell you.
Yes, indeed he is. Maxwell's the guy who will put the ball off the tee, so they've elected to go off the tee here rather than punt it away with Gary Deans. Indians have Sepulveda back there along with Chavera and a couple of short men also. 7-2. This one goes to Chavera at the 28-yard line. A host of blockers in front. He pops through into Roadrunner territory. Beats one man. Inside the 30, 28-yard line. Excellent run by Mark Chavera.
That time, Chavera had a head of steam deluxe as he got the ball. He had a 10-yard running lead before he got on, and once he had the ball, he had a head of steam. And once he got to midfield, all he needed was a little seam going that fast, and he found it. And darn near went coast to coast. Too bad it won't count, though, because of a penalty.
They are going to bring it back, and that's the second play that's been nullified by penalties for the Fullerton Indians tonight. So you take away the couple penalties and a couple turnovers, and that's had a huge effect on the 7-2 score here. 3:23 remaining first period of play. That's going to bring it all the way back to midfield. second penalty for the Indians tonight, 30 yards, and they've come at crucial times. Instead of getting the ball at the 34-yard line, 35, it's now back to midfield at the 50. Still excellent field position for Victor Williams and company. Two tight ends again, Welsh and Wackholtz. Daggett now comes out to the bottom of your screen. First man through is Garcia. Not much yardage up the middle there. Good size for that Saddleback Roadrunner defense up front, Dave.
Well, they're very big up front. The guy to watch for primarily, number 60, Mike Gonzalez. He's the biggest of the bunch at 235. The rest of them are smaller but quick. The nose man, and as Peter Pisak, is very big at 220. Moral victory that time, just in the clean exchange from the fullback dive, something that they had messed up the last two times.
Well, keep doing it till you get it right. It'll eventually work. You've worked on it all year. Splitting a man to the bottom again. Mix-up between Garcia and Chavera that time. Now they get it straight. Chavera in motion. Williams back to throw. Plenty of time. Going long. He's got a man. Chavera can't quite get to it at about the 15-yard line. Williams had plenty of time offered by that offensive line. Chavera could not quite get it down there, Dave.
Something we sing out of Fullerton, the new look offensively, primarily when they throw it's Sepulveda-oriented. And that time, Chavera coming out against the most valuable player of Seaview League, man-to-man. Something you don't see from the Indian side is having the running back go deep out of the backfield.
Well, Victor Williams has had the reputation of not being able to throw long, but we've seen on a couple occasions tonight he can get it up and get it out, and he'll try it one more time. He's got Sepulveda, and good hand Sepulveda at the 40. That looks like enough for a first down. It should be. Excellent play on 3rd down and 8, and Sepulveda, that was the only place the ball could be, and the little guy brought it down.
Sensational. We mentioned his hands and just athletic ability. He has great speed, 9.3 in the 100, and those really soft hands. In a cold night like this, those come in really handy from what I hear as a football player.
Yes, indeed. He has 63 receptions on the year for 785 yards. That's a 12.4 average, Dave, so he's taken in some long ones, too. He's also the number 2 receiver in Orange County, and as you said, with that 9.3 speed, cornerbacks have to respect him. Tonight, Teddy Baker, number 7 for the Roadrunners, will have their hands filled, and I'm not sure that they did get enough for the first down. With the measurement now, I believe they're just a little bit short. Let's see what they come up with here. The 4th down, and just inches at the 40-yard line, inside the 40. This is a good gamble for Martin Luge and his troops.
Real big moment early. Watch for the double tight ends, and probably Garcia on short yardage.
A lot of big beef in there at this moment right now, all the way across the line. 4th and inches, 2:14 to go here, first period of play. 7-2, Saddleback over the Indians.
Keep your eye on 34.
Chavera and Garcia. Garcia up close. Give it to Garcia. He pops over the middle, first down. Excellent blocking from the right side again, particularly David McKinnon, number 75. And inside in Glenn Podignani again. One more time, offering a lot of help there to Garcia. He doesn't need much of a hole. He just likes to run over folks.
We saw him in a game earlier when he ran for 200 yards and earning the LA Times Player of the Week. Simply an explosive runner with tremendous upper body strength.
Daggett and Sepulveda to the top now. Again, 2 backs, Garcia and Dinsmore this time. Back in motion is Daggett. Back to throw it. Inside shovel pass to Garcia. Fooled everybody but number 77, Peter Pisak, 5'11", 220. A fine play because Garcia had room to go, and that's a new option, something I haven't seen from the Indians this year.
Adding new wrinkles in the playoffs, you see more of that as the season progresses because these teams know each other so well personnel-wise. For example, Saddleback saw 5 films of Fullerton, so you want to put in a new wrinkle to keep them honest defensively.
Again, Sepulveda coming out for the Indians. They move it in a hurry. 2nd down and 9. Daggett to the top. 2 tight ends, Wackholtz and Welch. Maybe checking off at the line here. Pitch out to Chavera. He's got a blocker in front. Cuts back inside, but can't get the first down yardage. Number 54 for Saddleback. Up to make the hit. Don Warnick again having a good night already from his linebacker position, Dave.
Very good play as he played off the block of the tackle that time. And they really didn't have that play develop as nicely as they wanted to with a quick pitch. You try to put the defensive lineman, hem them in, and free your running back to the outside. That time the play never unfolded.
At the 33, 3rd down and 7. Another crucial 3rd down on this drive for the Indians. 33 seconds to go here, first period of play. Fullerton District Stadium. Pitch out here to Garcia. Garcia to the outside. Tries to fight off a man, but he can't. Teddy Baker came up from the cornerback position, number 7, and made a great play. That'll bring up a 4th down and about 7 again. No gain on that play. Looked like Garcia had some room initially.
What a play, though, by Baker. He's only 158 pounds, and you're going against one of the strongest fullbacks in the conference, Richard Garcia, and that takes really a lot of intestinal fortitude at that small weight to take this guy on man-to-man.
And bulldogged him down there, and that gun tells us it's the end of the first period of play. 7-2, Saddleback, so a lot of action in that first period of play, Dave. A couple fumbles for Fullerton, a fumble for Saddleback, a good touchdown drive. We even had a safety in there. A lot of things going on.
And a partridge in a pear tree, too.
That's what you expect in CIF.
And a very fast played first quarter, too, we might add. And something that we expected, both these teams ground-oriented. You're going to expect them to keep it on the ground. Unless one or the other gets behind, then they're going to have to put it up. So essentially, we're going to see a ground attack on either end and working the clock on either side of the field.
We want to remind you this cable cast is being brought to you by Group W Cable. Whether you're watching in Fullerton or on KYOU in Santa Ana, well, we're glad you could join us for
Nice
Central Conference football. Yes, indeed, they are. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're enjoying it. And I'll tell you what, high school football is exciting. Get a ticket and go on out and see some of it.
Or watch it right here.
Yes, indeed, you can. Second quarter, switching to the other side now. 4th down and about 7 yards to go. They're going to go for it. Williams back. Good protection. Looking over the middle. He's got Sepulveda. Sepulveda still on his feet. Inside the 20 to the 17-yard line. How does he keep getting open, Dave?
He's one of those precise receivers. He's been doing it for 3 years here as an Indian with great speed. It makes the defensive backs respect you. And he's often said that he'd rather run track than play football because he does not want to get hit. That time, Teddy Baker really made him pay. We're going to take a look at him getting nailed right now. Watch Sepulveda across the middle. Here come 3 Saddleback Roadrunners, and yeah, I'd rather play track too.
1st and 10. Ball on the 18-yard line. Indians with a chance to put some points on the board. Now, Victor Williams has to call timeout. He doesn't quite like what he saw. He looked at Daggett going by, and from this vantage point, he kind of looked down and said, are you supposed to be doing this on this play?
I don't think so, and that's kind of costly. Again, the second timeout they've used in the first half, kind of unnecessarily, not using as far as strategic maneuvers, just simply because they were confused out there.
But you have to like the poise of Victor Williams on that pass play the last time to Sepulveda. He put the ball over the linebackers and into the hands of David Sepulveda and got that first down in the big 4th down play. Nice crowd here at Fullerton District Stadium for second round CIF action, and I'm sure they're glad to be here. And the weather held up pretty nice. Nice football weather out here, just chilly enough to remind you that it's a fall.
Well, looking at the field, too, we mentioned last week that they played Garden Grove here, and it was a sloppy mess out there, and they've really done a good job taking care of the field. A lot of dirt out there, as you may notice. It's not the nice green plush grass that you're used to seeing. They raked the field before the game, and there's a lot of sand out there, so it looks like second base and first and third base lines in baseball, but it really won't have that much to do with the footing. It's really nice out there.
The rains held off and made the middle of that field at least tolerable. As both coaches say, they both have to play on a 1st down and 10 from the 18. Daggett in the slot to the left, 2 tight ends now for the Indians. Power back set. Give it to the first man through, and he's knocked down Chavera, number 77, coming up again, Peter Pisek, 5'11", 220, and he's had a good game, too.
Reason why he's an All-CVU League defensive player, first teamer, and they have 4 of them in that Saddleback defensive unit, so they are tough against the run, and when you're having your fullback go up there against these guys that are all-league and really tough 230-pound guys, it's not going to be easy, and Fullerton's going to find out before this game is over.
Fullerton again with a tight offensive set. Man in motion to the bottom this time. Again, split backs. 2nd down and 10 for Victor Williams. Gives it again on a difficult handoff to Garcia, and he fights forward for maybe a yard. And again, that's the kind of play that's going off tackle. Williams is having trouble just getting out there and making the handoff.
Well, that's a tough play when you're coming down the line and you're waiting so long for it to develop. It takes 2 or 3 seconds before you're handing off the ball. That time, Glenn Campbell, one of those two-way players for Saddleback, came in and got a piece of the tackle, and he, being familiar with the running game, knows where to go when the ball's handed off. Richard
Garcia has had a fine year for Fullerton. He's one of their big horses. 7.7 average every time he touches the ball. A timeout now by the officials as they go out and check things out. Richard last week against Norwalk, 108 yards, 2 TDs, and so he had a nice little game last week.
And he's improving as the season progresses at over 60% on the season.
3rd down and 9. They seem like they come up with these 3rd and 4th downs on this drive. Back to throw. Looking for Sepulveda. Can't find him as Williams. That'll bring up a 4th and 9. And if they went for it earlier, you would assume they're going to go for it again unless they bring the field goal unit on. But Martin Luce and his staff like to go for it here. They're inside about the 16-yard line. So they have a 4th down, and it's a 9 for sure, 9 yards to go. So we'd anticipate a pass this time as Mitchison Ray, number 55, sets up over center. Sepulveda in tight this time, but expect him to shift out, and he does. Gaggett to the top, split backs. 4th and 9, another 4th down play. Chavera in motion. Blitzing linebackers, going to the corner for Chavera. Intercepted by Jones, or is it brought down? Interception. Earl Jones, number 17, proving why he was a Seaview League Defensive Player of the Year. Got great position and really hung on the ball well.
Oh, terrific play. Could have went either way because at first it looked like Shavir had himself a touchdown coming back over the right shoulder of Jones, and simply they had to wrestle and settle that issue with the end zone. When they unpiled, the Saddleback team had the ball.
That touchback will bring it back to the 20, so the Indians went for all the marbles. Ball perhaps just a little underthrown. Chavera had a step on his man. But just an outstanding defensive play by Earl Jones. And, well, he'll get some more playing time on offense now. From the 20-yard line, 1st and 10. Saddleback leading 7-2. 10-18 remaining here in the second period of play. Jones over the middle. He's into the secondary with a great move. Up to the 35-yard line. Robert Welsh in on the tackle along with Mark Chavera, but not before he picks up some yardage and comes up with another 1st down.
That 1st down, their 5th of the game, and he simply exploded from the I formation. Great blocking from the left tackle that time, opening up the hole, taking care of that Fullerton defensive unit, and that speed, we talked about it earlier, we're going to talk about it all night. When they get in the secondary, they are dangerous.
That speed and quickness makes everybody a lot better coach, doesn't it?
Even you?
Even me. 9:55 to go here, second period of play. Again, that power eye. Joe Deal now switches off to the left-hand side in a slot. Back to throw is Cook. Has a man open. Davis. Davis gets around his man, and a touchdown-saving tackle made at the 46-yard line. But not before another 1st down and fine yardage. Chacon, Mike Chacon made the tackle that time, Dave, and that touchdown was almost set up for Saddleback had not Chacon been able to grab the shoestrings.
They had solo coverage that time, and Paul Anaya was really faked out that time, fell and slipped, and we darn near had a touchdown if it were not the tackle by the safety Chacon, who very literally came over and made the play.
Cook has shown that he can get the kind of time. Even with that smallish offensive line, he's been getting enough time to pass. 1st and 10, ball on the Indian 47. Give it to Teddy Baker, the man who alternates it, tailback, and he pops through for about 7 yards. So you take out an Earl Jones, you come back with a Teddy Baker, who Jones averaging 6.7 yards per carry, and Teddy Baker, what does he do, Dave?
Not too shabby, only 7.2 a carry and almost 500 yards. All 3 of them running backs back there amazing. Campbell, Baker, and Jones. Campbell at close to 700 yards, Baker at 500 yards, and Earl Jones 726. 3 dangerous guys back there.
2nd down and 5, 42-yard line. Deal slotting again to the right side, down there with Ontiveros. Gives to Baker, and he's stacked up and fights forward for a few yards, but the Indians met him right there. Again, you look at the pressure offered by the offense, and who do you stop? Do you look at Campbell? Do you look at Baker? Do you look at Jones? And if you do that, Cook will burn you.
They're all gone. An interesting thing you just brought up a moment ago about the smallish offensive line. Coach Luce said before the game, it really doesn't mean too much in high school football. Get in someone's face, get in their way, and just find a seam for your running back. That's all you need. The weight and size becomes more important in the major college level and, of course, professional football.
Well, also, they're going outside a lot, and all you really want to do is screen people off and give them some time. There you see him, Coach Jerry Whitty, along with his star pupil, John Cook. It's nice to have that quality of people in Saddleback and the Indians. One thing they can boast of is fine coaching staffs, Dave.
Oh, up and down the line, you look at both of them, Whitty and his fine staff. He's got a lot of them. They're out there working before the practice, much like a professional team as far as drill organization. And Coach Martin Luce and offensive coordinator Dick Coleman, Chip Steves runs the defense very nicely, and it shows in their records on each side this year, both very, very outstanding high school football teams.
And while we have a time to say it here, we'd like to thank Principal Nancy O'Connor of Saddleback and Dr. Sally Gobar of Fullerton for their assistance and their people in helping Group W bring all of this action to you for you. Second round CIF action. And a few other games going on tonight. Los Amigos at La Mirada, Newport Harbor, the Seaview League co-champion at Sunny Hills, and La Quinta at Valencia. That ought to be a good one. Third down and 3. Big defensive play for the Indians. In motion, Jones to the top of your screen. Back is Cook. He's got a man. No, he doesn't. It's intercepted. He should go all the way. Cook chasing him. Shavera at the 5. Touchdown, Fullerton.
As the drums sound in the night, Lon, sensational that time, Lon. They tried to work Jones out of the backfield. We mentioned that earlier. They like to move him out as a flanker, send him in motion. That time, Shavira came up from the safety spot, read the play beautifully before Cook could release it. And quite frankly, Cook never did see Shavira because once he caught it, he was long gone.
Jones did look open for a minute, but that's what scouting will do. Shavira, as you said, stepped up 64 yards with the interception. Going for the 2-point conversion, leading 8-7. Williams going for 2. Garcia in motion. Williams back to throw, going over the middle, knocked down. Looks like he was going to tight end Robert Welch. No good, but an 8-7 score right now. Fullerton on top. Second turnover for both teams. 2 turnovers for Fullerton on fumbles. A fumble and an interception for Saddleback, and that's been the bug that has bitten them a few times this year. 10-0-1, it didn't bite him too often. Well, that 64-yarder took a chunk out of him.
A big, big bite and a lot of teeth. Jerry Woody was mentioning before the game that turnovers have not been a problem overall. They have a high-risk type offense. Last week they turned it over 3 times, but that could be attributed to rain and first-round jitters. This time, in a game like this, quarterfinal action, you must play mistake-free football if you want to have a chance at winning a CIF title.
Well, again, you mentioned Chip Steves and Tim Steves. Kudos to those defensive coaches. They had Shavera in the right spot, and the young man with that speed, Cook had no chance to catch him down the sidelines. Brings it back 8-7 now. We've got a good one for you. A whole lot going on here at Fullerton District Stadium. 8:07 to go. Back deep, Butler and Jones. For the Indians, Manini again will kick off. Jones at the 16-yard line. Cuts back inside. Not a bad return. Over the 30 to about the 33-yard line. So a good field position again for the Roadrunners.
Well, we're going to take a look at this again. Now watch as Cook looks out to the wing on the left side where Earl Jones is. And Shavira alertly reading a play from the safety spot. Another look right there. Here comes Shavira. Top of your screen, pick it off, and he's long gone. The only man that can catch him is Cook, but Shavira has great speed in the open field from his running back experience. Touchdown, Indians.
You'll take them all. Mark Shavira, Sr. There he is, 8-7 Fullerton. In motion again, Jones to the top. He's slotting. First down call from the 33. Campbell, who's not seen much action, gets about 2 yards. Glenn Campbell's another fine runner who's been somewhat ignored tonight by the Roadrunner offensive coordinators, calling down the plays from the box up here.
Well, on the season, very effective, 6.5 yards to carry, the better part of 700 yards and 13 touchdowns. So you might want to wonder, why are they ignoring this guy? He's been very effective for them.
58-yard touchdown run last week against Norwalk. Second down 9. See if Deal comes out. Yes, he does again, slotting at the top. Give it the first man through, ball loose, but Cook may have fallen right on top of it. The ball stayed right in the area, and I believe John Cook just fell on the ball. Bad exchange right there that time. Let's take a look at those first quarter stats, Dave.
Once again, very close overall, with the exception of passing, and surprisingly enough, Saddleback has outthrown Fullerton, and you expected maybe a rushing type offense. Not a lot of offense, 78-66. Turnovers have been a factor, and they've evened out now with the Saddleback one that resulted in a Hornet touchdown, making an Indian touchdown.
And in fact, that's quite that's quite of an evener that time, a 64-yarder. Third down and 10. in motion this time as Deals gives it to the first man through. That's Campbell. Campbell's knocked down short of the first down. Good defensive play, and there he is, number 32 one more time.
Mark Shavira. Well, Coach Luja has a system in determining his most valuable player for the season based on points in terms of each individual category, tackling, receiving, running back, kicks, touchdowns, everything. If they had to end the season today, Mark Shavira would be the Indians' most valuable player.
Back to punt this time again is Gary Deans, the shades of last time. Steve Delgado, center for the Saddleback Roadrunners, has to keep it in mind what happened last time. This one's high again. Deans goes up to get it and gets away a line drive affair. Picked up at the 31-yard line by Sepulveda. He's got blockers to the outside. Sepulveda down the sideline. Sepulveda at the 30. Sepulveda, 10. Touchdown, Fullerton.
Let the celebration begin.
The Indians whooping it up in the night here. A 70-yard punt return for a touchdown by the little speedster, David Sepulveda.
He put a juke onto the 30-yard line that froze the Saddleback defender that enabled him to scamper the last 30 home free. But the big play was a block initially by Shavira, a bone crunching. Here we go. Now take a look at this again. Mark Shavira, the other man back there returning the kick. Okay, we'll take a look at the replay momentarily.
All right, this time they decide not to go for the 2, but for the 1-point conversion. Manini in to try it. Snap is back now. Let's see, here it is. Placement's down. Kick away and good. 15-7, 5:32 to go. Second period of play. The Indians, in a little bit of a surprise, up by 8.
Tail on that return was designed beautifully. Great picket line along the left sideline. David Sepulveda was, as we mentioned, with that 9-3 speed, electrifying. And the move he put down that left sideline, sensational. Looked pretty easy, though, but it really wasn't. A lot of work involved.
Well, he certainly froze the Roadrunners. And let's take a look at it again.
Now, the key is watching number 32, Shavira, and watch the block that he puts right there. Boom! Bone crushing. And that opens the door for Sepulveda as he turns the corner. And once that little speedster gets loose, it is all over.
Here's
coast
the move.
to coast, there it is.
Just a little stop and a little juke right there, and then he's gone. David Sepulveda, number 1. He's a thriller to watch, and the Indian football fans will cherish that touchdown for years to come. 15-7. Still a lot of time to go here. Fans up for the kickoff. Back deep, Butler and Jones. Manini gets it away. Short kick at the 14-yard line, Jones. He's to the outside. He's got some room. Back to the inside. What great moves by Jones. Avoids several tacklers and finally down at the 37-yard line.
We'll see a little of that on the offensive end for Saddleback before the game is over. Coach Luja said before the game they are so dangerous they'll start to play one side, then cut it back against the grain. And Jones showed a little bit of that, a little shake and bake, and he's not done cooking yet before this evening's over, I promise. He's dangerous.
Well, Steve Ramsey of the Indians turned the burner down just a little bit, stopped him at the 37-yard line. Ontiveros to the bottom, Butler to the top. This Fullerton crowd perhaps disbelieving they could be in this with this quick team. Excited, 15-7, 5:05 to go. Cook gives it to the first back through. No, he doesn't. He pitches it outside to Jones. Great spin move up to the 40-yard line, but great pursuit by number 75 of the Indians, coming from the tackle position, 6'6", 270-pound David McKinnon.
Great move for only a 3-yard gain, and Richard Garcia simply holding air that time because the spin move was somewhat of the Tony Brissett type as he spun away from Richard Garcia, and nothing but air for Richard. And fortunately for the Indian side, McKinnon came in and got a piece of the tackle.
Well, we talked about these Saddleback Roadrunners being a big play team, but a 64-yard touchdown off an INT for Shavira, a 70-yarder for Sepulveda on a punt return. So big plays for the Indians. 2nd down and 7 for John Cook and the Roadrunners. Fakes it, looking for the slant man. He has him. Is the ball caught? No, it isn't. Incomplete. Looking for Joe Deal. The ball was there. Deal may have looked up to see somebody in red and white coming up quickly.
The guy in red and white that time was Chacon, the man playing safety, and it did look as if the DL simply took his eye off the ball just for a split second as he was getting a helmet lowered into his chest just a wee bit.
That will compromise your values when you think about saving yourself or catching the football. And the ball being a little bit low put him in an odd position also. 3rd down and 7. The Indian defense is tipping to the task here tonight. 4:12 to go, second period of play. In motion this time, Jones to the top. 2 backs remaining in Deal and in Campbell. Back to throw, play action, going long. Sepulveda over there on defense. Jones can't quite come up with it though. Excellent play that time as Sepulveda came over and helped out Chacon, who was also over there. Jones had a chance to catch it, couldn't quite bring it down.
Well, they inserted McNay as a late starter that time, and a lot of motion, as you're going to see from Saddleback, a lot of moving prior to the snap. You have a big kid, McNay, an offensive lineman, isolated against a quick, very fast Earl Jones. And fortunately for the Indian side, they had some help for the secondary. Otherwise, it would have been a very big play for the Roadrunners.
That'll bring up 4th down and 7. That'll bring in Gary Deans again. Guess who's back there for the Indians? Number 1, David Sepulveda. Mark Chavera. High snap again. Deans will get it away. A line driver. Sepulveda cuts back inside. Little movement this time, but still good field position for the Indians, 34-yard line.
I tell you, they're fortunate, the Roadrunners are, that is, of not getting burned by the high snap. Again, the 3rd punt they've tried today, and the 3rd high snap, they're lucky if this thing doesn't go over their heads one more time, and the Indians get the ball in even better field position.
Flirting with disaster each time, and again, that's an art that's overlooked, and you would think you could work on it and get the ball back there, but that's a long way to snap the ball and have something on it. 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line. Wide receivers, split backs, one in the power position. First man through, that's Garcia. Stays on his feet, fought back, knocked down finally. Give him a gain of about 2 yards. And on the tackle, number 60, Mike Gonzalez, 6'1", 235-pounder. He's a good tackle in there for Saddleback. Also helping along there was 64, Steve Delgado.
So
2nd down and 10, no gain, Dave.
So we'll see, Lon, exactly what the Indians do. They have a little momentum going in their favor now. They shut down Saddleback last time. It looks like the tide has turned in favor of the Indians, so possibly they could get something going.
Make that 2nd down and 8 for the Indians. A gain of 2 by Garcia. Split backs this time. Williams gives it off tackle. Garcia one more time, and the big fella rolls forward to about the 43-yard line. He'll be a yard or 2 short of a 1st down. Give it a 3rd down and 2.
That primarily is Richard Garcia country. We talked about earlier on the 4th and a yard that went forward with number 34. So for you watching at home, watch number 34 this time on short yards because he's primarily the guy that they go to on the short and just a little bit of turf territory to go.
2 tight ends, number 99 Wackholtz at the top, Welch at the bottom, Martin Lujay hoping a 3rd down conversion will come for him. 3rd down and 1 from the 44-yard line. Williams over on a quarterback sneak for the 1st down. Good call. May have been an automatic right there as he saw the splitting of the defensive tackles, kept the ball himself, and again, nice poise by the junior quarterback.
Well, he has really progressed in all areas as far as running, reading defenses, and everything. That time, not a difficult play to do, but he handled it very nicely.
Well, he's got big shoes to fill. His brother Richard was an all-star performer here, redshirting for the Hornets. And Victor doesn't want to go home and have to explain why he hasn't matched all those records. 1st down and 10, 46-yard line. Daggett in motion to the top. Williams pitches out here to Garcia. Nice move to the inside. Evades the tackler. Stays on his feet. Past the 50 into Roadrunner territory. And a play that should have gained maybe 2 at the most goes for 7, Dave.
Well, I tell you, this guy Garcia, I think he takes it personally as someone, only a single player brings him down. Just tremendous upper body strength. And if you watch him and look at his legs, tremendous thigh development. I tell you, this guy has just tremendous power as far as accelerating, getting the shoulders square to the line. He's simply too hard for one person to bring down.
Offensive line of Dodds, Adams, Mitchison, Pudignani, and David McKinnon in there. Split backs, 2nd down and 5 for Williams. Sends Chavera in motion this time. Good blocking up front. Going over the middle, Sepulveda. Nice defensive play if no flag is called, and it isn't. Good defensive play by Saddleback, number 5, Chris Davis. And with the score 15-7 with 1:17 to go here, we'll be back in just a few moments. Third down and 5, back to throw. Sepulveda has it inside to about the 36-yard line. Good enough for a first down. Williams again on target to David Sepulveda, Dave.
Really threw that ball on a line, and I don't think there's any doubt who they're going to go to on your third and clutch type receptions. Always look for number 1. He's always been looking to him first every time he goes back before he even looks to any alternate, secondary, or tertiary receivers. Always look for number 1, Sepulveda. Tertiary, I love that word.
Woo. A minute 12, and also he got out of bounds, which helped stop the clock. We said the Indians used a couple timeouts early. Minute 12 to go and a half from the 35-yard line. Fake pitch to the inside. Garcia is into the secondary. Down to the 25-yard line. Richard Garcia, a fine misdirection play by the Indians.
A lot of counter movement that time and moving in the line of scrimmage and a little trap blocking. That time, if it wasn't for Teddy Baker, he would have went coast to coast.
Wasting no time at all. A minute 7, clock running. First and 10, ball on the 21-yard line. Williams back to throw. Quick hitter, throws it up and out. Just probably trying to stop the clock there. Looking for number 99, Wackles. A big fella, but not quite that big. 6'3", 205. And again, a nice poise by Victor Williams. Just simply stop the ball, stop the clock, and they give him a chance to put the ball in the end zone or perhaps come up with 3 points.
It's interesting to see what they're going to do. They already used 2 of their timeouts earlier, so they only have 1 left with a minute to work with. That's why they're going to stop the clock by throwing it out of bounds. You can't run the ball and stop it and expend all your timeouts because they only have 1 left.
59 seconds to go, second and 10 from the 21. Chavera in motion. Williams, plenty of time, pump once, goes over the middle, flag down, but it's over here where the offensive line is. Quite often you see holding called if there's a flag over there, or it may just be defensive interference. Let's see. Holding against the Indians. That's the second holding penalty of the evening, third penalty overall, 45 yards, and a penalty here is certainly not advantageous for the Indians. Move it all the way back to the 35-yard line.
Well, it really cuts down the options that you can do with under a minute left. You're not going to go off tackle with 54 seconds and 1 timeout and second down and 25 yards. It really eliminates some of the things you can do as far as options and look for them to go downfield. Probably at number 1, don't be surprised if the tight end 80 becomes more prominent in the Indian attack.
Second down and 10 from the 35, 54 seconds to go. Daggett in motion to the top. Williams fakes it, goes the other side of screen to Garcia, but he hasn't much help. Jones chases him down, and he fights forward for a gain of about 6 yards. He got that all on his own that time. Earl Jones coming up, the rover from the secondary, was not fooled by that play. Again, not wasting any time. Third down and 10, 32 seconds to go. Split backs again. Daggett to the left. Williams back to throw. Man knocked down over here. Going for Sepulveda. Sepulveda has it inside the 15 to the 14-yard line. Victor Williams put it right on the dime.
I tell you, he threw an arrow that time. Saddleback in zone coverage with Campbell, the safety. He couldn't get a finger on it. The only man there was number 1, Sepulveda. Look for them to go to him one more time.
Clock running down, 16 seconds to go. Williams back to throw. Going over to Sepulveda. Sepulveda got tied up over there with number 82, James Medlin, and never did quite get around and see that ball. But the clock is stopped with 11 seconds to go. And with the ball in a field position that it's in, they may try to go for a field goal. Let's see what they do. Ball on the 14-yard line, so that'd be a relatively long field goal, about 31 yards. Discussions going on. Martin Lujan on the near side over here. Excuse me, first down road runners the other way. I missed that call. Thank you, David.
You're very welcome.
All right, thank you. So with a first and 10 from the 14, the road runners with 11 seconds to go, just run it up the middle and we'll slow it down right there. And that should be the end of the first half of play. Indeed it is, with the Indians taking a surprising 15-7 lead here in the first half. David, a recap of what's going on here in the first 2 quarters of play.
Well, it all started off very fast for the Roadrunners. A screen pass 14 yards to Earl Jones. Got him on track at the 8:46 mark of the first period. With the extra point, it was 7-0 Saddleback. Then Fullerton came back with a safety, high snap in the end zone. Fortunately for Saddleback, it wasn't a touchdown. Otherwise, the Indians may be leading by more than that. That made the deficit 7-2. At the 8:07 mark of the second period, Mark Shavira, that electrifying 64-yard interception return, gave the Indians an 8-7 lead following a missed 2-point extra point conversion try. And then lightning struck in the bold of name David Sepulveda, number 170-yard electrifying punt return to give the Hornets their margin. They're leading by right now the Indians, Hornet fever once again. Right now the Indians on top 5-7.
15-7 is score. We'll be back with more exciting football from Fullerton District Stadium right after this. Halftime here at Fullerton District Stadium. Lon Brunk and Dave Lewis with you here, and we had an exciting first two periods of play. Score presently 15 for the Fullerton Indians, 7 for the Saddleback Roadrunners. I want to remind you that Group W Cable's presentation of the CIF Central Conference playoff game has been made possible through the support of the Rotary Club of Fullerton on behalf of the Interact Club of Fullerton Union High School, Sharp Insurance Agency, the Kiwanis Club of Fullerton, the Fullerton Union High Key Club, Siglo's Restaurant, Lease Quip, and by the Fullerton Union High School Quarterback Club. And we thank all of you for your help in bringing Group W presentation of football right here, high school, second round action of the CIF. Dave, an exciting first half of play and some stats that show perhaps that things that we thought might occur tonight, not necessarily, that hasn't been the case. We thought a lot of ball control offense by both Saddleback and Fullerton would be the order of the day, but it has not been. Big plays, particularly by Fullerton, have really been the key.
Well, the big plays, of course, Sepulveda's punt return and Shavira's interception return, but the rushing, we mentioned the big issue coming in, and they're going against two outstanding defensive teams against the rush. You look at some of the numbers on Fullerton's side. Shavira, 4 carries, 20 yards, good but not great. Garcia, 11 for 55, good, not great, 5.0 average. So you look at those numbers, it's not indicative of the kind of play they wanted coming in. Good, consistent, hard-running, ball control type game. And on the other side for Saddleback, similar type things. Are the big runner there for them, Earl Jones, who simply hasn't had his kind of first half as well.
Well, of course, one of the big plays was that interception by Shavira, and Cook really did not have a good first half of action, only 3 of 8 for 60 yards, but giving up 64 the other way to Shavira was really the backbreaker. And if Earl Jones, the Roadrunner Rover, can't come up with that interception in the end zone, the Indians might be up on this game 22-7. So Saddleback perhaps a little surprised themselves to be behind by 8 at the beginning here, the second half of play.
Well, Fullerton has done what they wanted to coming in, is prevent the big play. The big plays have gone on the other side, and that's why Fullerton's leading right now 15-7.
And the Indians break through the banners held by the squad of cheerleaders and I guess some of the squaws and chieftains and other people down there. And you know, it's people who've been around Fullerton High School for years will remember several years ago when things were not so good, but we take a look at the stats for the first half of action when things are going much better for the Indians. Thank you.
Well, there they are looking at, once again, the total yardage, 78 in favor of Fullerton, as they make it a Saddleback as opposed to Fullerton, and overall, there it is, progressing. 159 Fullerton, 128 Saddleback, so not a lot of offense, just enough for Fullerton to get the job done. And of course, big plays and turnovers is a big part of it. Right now, Fullerton 3 and Saddleback 2, but the big one, 64 yards going the other way.
And of course, you might consider turnover being that high snap by Delgado over Dean's head into the end zone. Indians almost came up with it, but a safety for 2 points by the Indians nonetheless. Ready to go, third quarter action here. Saddleback on your right to the Indians. To your left in the red and white, Shavira and Garcia back there deep for the Indians. Maxwell will kick off for the Roadrunners. We're underway. A short kick to the 20-yard line. Back up inside and good movement. And a nice run back to the 38-yard line. Paul Anaya for the Fullerton Indians. From the 38, and again, decent field position. That really has been the case for both teams tonight, Dave.
Well, the kicking game hasn't been much of a factor. The kickoffs haven't been very deep, and that's allowed Fullerton, when they get the ball on the punts, when they punt at the other end, to get it near midfield or thereabouts, and it gives them good field position to start good drives. Although that hasn't been a factor so far, neither team been able to control the football.
And we have been impressed by this junior quarterback for the Fullerton Indians, Victor Williams. First and 10 from the 38-yard line, close to the 39. First back through, pops along the line, fights forward, for about 2 yards before being knocked down. That's Richard Garcia again, coming up from the secondary to help out, but the major tackle made by Al Quintanilla, a 5'9" linebacker.
It's going to be interesting to see what Martin Luge does the second half. The opening stance, they started out throwing on first and second down. With the lead, he might want to go to the ball control, and we'll see more of Richard Garcia in the second half going off the dive and left and right side.
And with the likes of Dinsmore in there now and Richard Garcia, he may be able to do that. Second down and 6, give a gain of 4 to Garcia on the last one. Garcia again over the middle. Goes straight up the middle for a gain of about 3 yards, right behind David McKinnon, number 75. Simply stayed on his coattails and rode ahead for about a gain of 4, make it 3rd down and 2.
And we'll see more as the Indians elect to run. The secondary becoming more active. Earl Jones and the rest of them, the best of the bunch, coming up on run support, and that may open some things should Fullerton elect to pass later on.
Well, offensive line for Fullerton is a big one, so they like that power ahead, straight ahead running for them. 3rd down and 2. 46-yard line, pops loose. Richard Garcia into Roadrunner territory at the 38-yard line. Good tackle made by Jones, but too late. You don't want your Rovers making tackles on the running backs. Excellent play again by Richard Garcia, and his totals keep going up. And first downs mount up now for the Indians, 11 on the evening. So again, ball control, Dave, you spotted it right away. That's what Coach Luge has decided to do.
And how many times on short yardage have you seen a guy bust out of there because 8 or 9 men were at the line of scrimmage? Richard Garcia almost went coast to coast again. 1st and 10
from the 37-yard line. Chavera and Garcia. Again, the first back through is Garcia, powering ahead, give him a gain of about 3 yards. That offensive line doing the job tonight for the Fullerton Indians. And they got some big fellas in there too, David, on that offensive line for Fullerton. And the size-wise for Saddleback defensively, they're not real small, but they're not quite the size of the offensive line, anchored by Ray Mitchison, 6 foot, 190-pound senior at the center position. 2nd down and about 8 yards to go. Williams checking off now, moves Dinsmore around. Now he gives it to Dinsmore over the right side for a gain of about 4 yards. So Williams knew where he wanted him and gave it to him right off the right side. David Dinsmore has done a nice job in that backfield, averaging 5.9 yards per carry. Only 36 carries on the year, but 207 yards and a couple touchdowns. So he's a nice addition. A little bit of a triumvirate back there for the Indians, and Dinsmore, Garcia, and Chavera.
Dinsmore would be the fastest of the 3. Garcia, the power back, and Chavera, the slasher. So Dinsmore would be the guy to break one.
Make it a 3rd down and 4. Garcia looks like he might be checking off at the line again. He gives off the right side to Chavera. He's open. Chavera at the 5. Touchdown, Fullerton.
I tell you, Lon, it looked like that time Williams changed the play at the line of scrimmage like you were talking about. And I think he may have changed it to the right play. I don't know about you.
He'll take it every time. Chavera goes over for a touchdown. The Indians burst out on the first drive. Here it is, David.
Take a look at it again. The block, key 155, Ray Mitchison in the center of the field. Also, Brian Hughes on the right side. A little quick pop to fullback, and once you get in the secondary, it's all over.
21-7, the point after attempt. Indians trying to move ahead. Up and through by Manini. 22-7, 8:33 to go here. 3rd period of play. The Indians surprisingly up over the Saddleback Roadrunners, and that's what you like to do. Use up some time, put some points on the board. That's the way to stop an offensive attack like the Saddleback Roadrunners have, Dave.
Well, the summation of the scoring drive, 6 plays, a total of 62 yards. Didn't use up a lot of the clock, but they'll take it just the same. Thank you. 3:27 gone. And the capper 32-yard run, Mark Chavera matching his 32 on that red Indian uniform.
Straight ahead for that 32-yarder. Yes, indeed. Tremendous straight-ahead blocking by the Indian offensive line. 22-7, and you got to go back and say, who would have thunk it? Most people were giving the Roadrunners a 7-point lead. Advantage, really, over the Indians. Coach Luge and his group have done a fine job in preparing his team, but a whole lot of time left. Jerry Whitty's Roadrunners can't be given up yet with 8:33 to go here in the 3rd period of play. And if anything, this Roadrunner team is explosive.
Although now they have something to think about, as you said.
Butler and Jones back with Manini. Squibs it along the ground, picked up at about the 25-yard line, fumbled around by one of the up people. He fights forward to the 41-yard line. Excellent field position. Number 54 came up with the ball, one of the up backs. That's Don Warnick. He's a man that plays a lot of linebacker, and he ran like a linebacker on that play. 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line. Saddleback again explosive. Sends Butler to the left this time. Campbell and Jones in the backfield, and that power eye, they call it the Kansas City eye sometimes. Now shifting out is Jones to the bottom of your screen. Give it to the second back through. That's Campbell. The good defensive play by the Indians to stop him for a short gain.
Once again, with these teams very good on the run, neither team is used to coming from behind, so the Roadrunners now trailing by, let's see, Math Majors, 15 points. They're going to have to put the ball up. It's something they're not accustomed to doing, although they do have the tools to do it because Cook has a very strong arm, so watch him to put it up more in the second half.
And again, at the bottom of that pile, number 55, Ray Mitchison. You can just safely say anything up the middle, Ray Mitchison will be involved in. Cook back to throw, fakes one way, goes the other way to Butler, incomplete. Good defensive coverage by Chavera, Chacon, and Sepulveda. Also Anaya, just in case they need a little bit of help. But they read that one well. Cook faked to the right, came back to the offside to the left, and had Butler coming in on a slant. And there he is, Victor Williams, the junior quarterback, right now on the sidelines with a not so comfortable 22-7 lead, although they will take it. Saddleback certainly capable of putting big points on the board. They're averaging 27 points a game, so they're 20 points below their average so far. Cook back to throw. Wackos with pressure. Throws their way out of bounds, looking for a screen to the right. And number 99, Tim Wackos, came from the backside, put a lot of pressure on John Cook.
The Indians really read the play that time beautifully. On the left side, Robert Welsh, defensive end, pretty much ignored Cook, the quarterback, and went out to play the recipient on that time. And simply, play never unfolded. Is going to bring up a kicking down. Saddleback in trouble, it would appear, in the third.
And another failed third down conversion on that 3rd and 8 for Saddleback, so they will have to punt it again. Gary Dean's probably getting more work tonight than he's seen in several games this season. Saddleback has not had to punt the ball that often. Dean's back at about his own 28-yard line. Sepulveda, the touchdown man back there. Deans gets off a better effort this time. Sepulveda calls for a fair catch and lets it go at the 20, inside the 15 to about the 12-yard line. Actually, you would say not a good play by Sepulveda, but he looks like he lost the ball, and at that rate, the best thing to do is just get out of the way, let your offense get back on the field.
I think he's afraid of losing his head instead of the ball. Chris Davis came storming in on the special teams. I think he was looking at that white jersey instead of looking at the ball in flight, so once again signaling for the fair catch. He should have caught the ball. It would have had better field position for the Indians. Instead, they have a little farther to go.
And from inside the 15 at the 12, Williams in a crucial position right here, gives it to the first back through. That's Chavera. He plows forward off the left side for a gain of about 3 yards to the 16-yard line. And this is a nice thing about the Indian offensive attack. Because of the power straight ahead running, they can get the yardage you need when you're deep in your own territory. And although it's not a high-risk type of offense, we have seen 2 fumbles on the evening.
And it also, at this point, if they are effective, continues to chew up some of the clock, which will become a factor as the game progresses. Right now, they're leading by 15 big ones.
2nd down and 6, ball on the 16-yard line. Chavera in the backfield again with Garcia. Williams calling signals, turns around, gives to Garcia. He plows ahead again, and relatively safe play, but again picking up about 3 yards, close to the 20-yard line. He'll bring up a 3rd down, and let's make it a long 4.
I think it's a little early to put this one on ice and going on tackle every play and putting the game on the shelf like that. I think they're going to have to continue to play their own type of football, pass when the situation demands it. At 3rd and 6, it would appear that it's going to be a passing down, so watch for Sepulveda once again to come into the fold.
Well, Sepulveda sets in tight. Now you see him coming to the bottom. Again, split backs in Chavera and Garcia. In motion this time is Dinsmore, number 24. Fakes it, gives it on a delay to Chavera. off the left side. He should have first down territory. He does to the 25-yard line. Good call by the offensive coordinator upstairs for the Indians, and caught the Saddleback Roadrunners coming in kind of wide, and a good delayed draw up the middle.
We mentioned that it was a passing situation. That time the defensive ends came firing in on the outside. They were sealed off there, and a big opening for Shavir up the middle. He has 2 touchdowns, had a chance at the third, so it could be Mark Shavir night before this one's over.
Another first down, the 12th of the evening for Fullerton High School. 5:20 to go, third period of play. First and 10, 26-yard line. Again, give to the first back through, and he fights forward, barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. That's Richard Garcia, and he's seen his share of Roadrunners this evening.
Beep.
Beep is right.
That time, 25, the right tackle, Joe Deal, who doubles as a wide receiver. That's kind of rare. You don't see your skill position guys going up there and mixing it up with the line of scrimmage. But that time, Deal, pretty good size at 6'3", 180. And he lowered his shoulder and came in on Garcia and knocked him behind the line of scrimmage.
Chivera will come out. Dinsmore stays in. Second down and a long 10, almost 11 yards to go. Daggett in motion. Williams fakes it. Has a screen set up to Garcia. He's knocked down, ball's loose. Let's see if they're going to call a ball dead. At any rate, David McKenna, number 75, recovered it, but I believe the ball will be blown dead at the point of contact. That's going to be a loss of about 6 yards, and a good defensive play by Saddleback.
A lot of things participated in that little bit of minus yardage. Big Statue of Liberty play, swing it out to Garcia, and you really had to feel sorry for Richard that time. Had his back to the play as the Roadrunner zeroed in and just nailed him. And fortunately for the Indians, they still get possession of the football.
Yeah, that brings up a long 3rd and 17. Now they're going to go back on a quick kick. Chivera back to kick, and he kicks a line drive. Going back is Cook. He was ready for it. He'll let it roll inside the 40 to about the 39-yard line. So on a long 3rd and 17, Chivera decides to quick kick it, get it out of there, and that's just about the best you could come up with out of that position that the Indians were in, Dave.
Well, 3rd and 17, and they don't throw the ball well that much downfield, so that would seem to be a good thing for them to do, and it was an obvious pass situation, and who knows what could have happened. Saddleback could have came in with the blitz and thrown him for a big loss. So it turns out that Saddleback might not have got the ball in as good a field position as they might have should Fullerton not have kicked it.
22-7, 3:42. If any part of this score holds up, headlines are going to read Fullerton Indian defense did the job they have so far tonight. Split backs, man in the slot to the other side. Campbell's been shut down this evening. He gains maybe one. Wackholt's in there. Mitchison along for the tackle. Also number 50, Steve Ramsey. So they have not been fooled by that first back through in Campbell. And that's a man who's had good yardage on the season for the Saddleback Roadrunners, Dave.
Been kind of ignored tonight, though. And something you're seeing from the Indian defense is that they're playing 8 men at the line of scrimmage, 4 linebackers, 4 down linemen. And that's enough to seal off a very dangerous Roadrunner running attack.
Second down and 9. Deal in motion. Pitch out to the other side to Jones. He's got movement and room on the outside. Naya gets a hold of him, knocks him down, but not before he gets a gain of about 7 yards. Naya came up from the secondary and stopped the yardage from getting any bigger than it was, Dave. But a good play as they sealed the outside of the Indian defense that time.
At first, it looked like he did have a seam to the corner that time, and that's a little bit of the speed that Coach Lugier, as he said, was terrified of. That's the word he used. And something you saw that time is Jones getting to the outside, but a great open field tackle by Anaya, grabbed him by the shoelace to bring that Roadrunner and grab him up by the claws, I guess.
Well, if you think Lugier would have been terrified, the defensive backs had to wonder about the speed of that young man. Only 10 yards in 5 plays for Saddleback in the second half. We have movement by the Indian defense, and if they weren't drawn off, that'll be 5 yards and should be a first down for Saddleback. So a big 3rd down play. It is offside. Get them any way you can when you're not coming up with an offensive attack. Take what you can. And that might have been a movement by Cook just to change his snap count there, and did draw him offside because several of the Indians jumped off.
Well, they did get back in time, but apparently one of the front 4 made some contact because they were in the neutral zone and came back. So apparently they made some contact with one of the Roadrunner linemen. 1st and 10.
Ball on the 47-yard line now. Jones in the eye. Gives it to Jones straight up the middle. Pops to the outside, but a great tackle made by Mark Chavera. A gain of 4.
Kind of surprised to see him keeping it on the ground like this, trailing by 15. By all means, it's no time to start panicking, but you got to do more than go off tackle and go up the middle. as time continues to run down here in the third. You trail by 15. You got to open up your offense, spread the defense more, and possibly get points on the board.
In the time we've talked to Jerry Whitty, though, the coach of Saddleback, you had a feeling that he's the kind of man that deals with a cool hand, not going to get too excited over there. Minute 26 to go, third period of play. That power eye, again the shift, slot to the left this time. Cook fakes, gives it to the second man through. The initial hit is made by 99, Tim Wackholz, and the rest of the Indian tribe brought him down for a short gain. Another third down for Saddleback.
Exactly right there. Wackholz played off the block, if there was one on the left side there, and he simply came in untouched and didn't get a lot of Jones, simply got up by the thigh, and that slowed him down enough for the rest of the Indian pursuit to catch up with him, and particularly Ramsey and Mitchison and the rest.
Third down and 7, another third down for Saddleback, and this may be as many third and long situations as they've been in all year long. From the 43, Cook back to throw. Plenty of time over the middle. He has Campbell. Campbell's near the first down, but knocked back. Let's see where his forward progress is. Steve Ramsey, Mark Chavera, Steve Garcia in there. And again, the placement will be the telling point here. It's close to the first down. Needed about 7. And it looks like we may have a measurement.
Well, Paul Anaya that time did some headhunting as they stacked him up, and little Paul, number 10 there, came in from the corner spot and may have driven him behind the first down marker. Very close. We'll see exactly where they spot it.
And with 6 seconds to go in the third period of play, there is an official's timeout. They will bring out the chain. And this could be a big one here. It's either a first down or a fourth down and very short. Looks like he made it, though, based on the ball placement. Let's see. The eyesight is, well, we're going to have what? Just inches short. Just inches short, and you have to think Saddleback will go for it here. Fourth and just inches. Cook stays on the field. Along comes number 82, James Medlin. Well, now Chris Baker goes out to the right.
That'll pretty much do it for the third. But anyway, a short yardage is something that Saddleback has specialized in the second half, since that's all they've gotten. 19 yards in only 8 plays, so short yardage has been their forte so far in the third.
Well, they'd rather not have that situation occur for them. 4th and 1 will go down to the other end and switch sides. The Indians hanging on 22-7 into the fourth quarter. And again, they hang on to this. The headlines will read Indian defense. They've just done a great job. Chip Steves and Tim Steves and the whole staff there really have the Indians prepared for this explosive roadrunner attack. Everybody
so far
expected them to come up with a huge number of points because of that great team speed and the people like Jones, Cook, Campbell, and Baker. But the Indian defense has shut them down so far tonight.
Neutralizing that speed and turning as many things as possible back to the center of the field, allowing the rest of the Indians to go on the warpath, if you will, and pursue. And that's something that we haven't seen the Roadrunners do a lot tonight, getting Jones and the other ones to the outside and let them break open the big play. The key tonight was to stop the big play. So far, Fullerton has done just that and have had a few of their own.
So a 4th and just inches. Chris Baker in, Earl Jones in right now. And let's see what Jerry Whitty and his staff come up with on this 4th and just inches. And sometimes it's worth a play-action fake here, Dave, and go long.
Well, they haven't thrown the ball that effectively tonight, but when everyone's at the line of scrimmage and you can expect in the neighborhood of 8 Indians at the line of scrimmage, you're going to get a lot of solo coverage on the wide men. And Cook is a very dangerous passer. We haven't seen him do too much tonight, but he has the tools, and he's capable of getting a first down via the air.
Well, let's see what they choose. We're just breaking the seal on the fourth quarter of play, 22-7. Deal in that power eye. Now he comes to the right side. Campbell goes up close. Campbell gets the ball over the left side, first down. So that left side of the offensive line for Saddleback, Jason Bell and Don Warnick and Steve Delgado open up a nice little lane for Campbell. That may have been his longest gain of the evening, Dave.
Possibly, and we mentioned earlier that the size of the Roadrunner line is not that big. Left tackle, left guard make it Warnick, only 170 pounds, but Lou J mentioned size isn't that big. Just get in somebody's way, screen them off, and allow the running backs to use their talents to get up the short yardage.
Measure a man from his neck up. That's where it all comes from, the heart and soul. 1st and 10. Ball on the 33-yard line. Roadrunners need something right now to get back in the game. They go up top to Baker. He can't hang on to it. At the 15-yard line, Paul Anaya on the defensive end secondary for the Indians, but the ball was right there.
I tell you, this Cook slung an arrow out there, and some people on the Roadrunner side might be saying pass interference, but once it touched Baker's hands, it's a live ball. Anybody can go get it. So Anaya made a good defensive play. Once it touched Baker's fingertips, it was simply up for grabs.
And Anaya and Sepulveda in the defensive secondary for the Indians have done a good job covering Ontiveros, Deal, and the rest of that explosive team from the outside of wide receivers for Saddleback. 2nd down and 10 from the 33-yard line. Cook rotates back to the left side. He's under pressure. He's going to be knocked down. No, he isn't. Let's see what they call. They're going to call the ball dead right there. Steve Ramsey there. Robert Welch there. They said they had enough of him to stop him right there. But Cook was tough to get down. There were people hanging all over him. Couldn't quite bring him down, but the officials decided, as they say in the NFL, he was in the grasp, and I believe we have a penalty on the other side too, Dave.
It looks like illegal motion on the Roadrunner side, but that play might be a little bit controversial because the rule in high school isn't quite the same as the pros. Once you're in the grass, you're automatically down. You have to struggle and actually bring him to the ground, so that could have been a big play because they had a lot of room down the length of the field, and the Indians do, as they should in the situation, decline the 5-yard penalty.
Well, the Indians had a hold of him so long that it gets to be dangerous when 1 or 2 are holding you up and a few others come popping in on you. So safety being a factor, they do decline the penalty. They take the loss of yardage, 3rd down, and about 18 yards to go now. Back at the 38-yard line, a big 3rd down conversion. Cook back to throw. Steps up. Looks over the middle. He has Baker for a 1st down. Inside the 20 at the 18-yard line. Mark that down, folks. Big play here. 4th period. Excellent play by John Cook.
That time in an obvious passing situation, the Indians fell back to the zone, had McNay in the short part of the zone and the safety Shavir. Now watch the zone coverage for Fullerton, and Cook reads the defense beautifully. Has the man Baker. Now watch over the short man McNay right there. Little seam, just enough, and that's all he needed for a very big 1st down.
And a good job by Chris Baker. He went down to his knees, ball thrown just a little bit behind him. Came up with a big reception. 1st down and 10. Ball at the 18-yard line. Only one remaining back now. Jones in a wide open offensive set. Cook gives it to Campbell. Campbell fights over. He's down near the 10. Good play that time. There's a little bit of a fake delay that time as he went back, rolled to his right, handed off to Campbell. And again, a little used Glenn Campbell comes up with a big play. Maybe down close enough, perhaps a half a yard short of the 1st down. So great yardage on 1st down.
Campbell doing a little bit of singing this half. He wasn't used that much in the 1st half. It has become a very pivotal part of the Roadrunner attack in the 2nd, and he's been the main source of offensive output for them on the ground this period.
10:06 to go, 4th period of play. 2nd down, about a half a yard to go. Let's see what they decide to do. They give it to Campbell over the left side, work it again. He's got the 1st down near the 5-yard line. So going over the left side, Jason Bell and Don Warnick one more time. 4th 1st down on this drive. That's what Saddleback had to do. They need to come up with some points right now, though. I have a 1st and goal just outside the 5-yard line. Let's make it the 6. Clock becoming a factor right now. 9:46 to go. Split wide to the right this time is Butler. On him is Paul Anaya. Deals comes in a slot. 22-7 the Indians. First back through Campbell. Fights off one man but can't get another. Richard Garcia hangs on to the Roadrunner and brings him down. Excellent play by Richard Garcia. It had some help from the inside too, but he made first contact coming up from the secondary.
He was the man to make the initial hit, but near the goal line, the yards become really tough, and especially when you try to string out a play, running wide, everyone's at the line of scrimmage. One of the guys out there, number 10, Paul Anaya, a 3-year letterman, 1 of 5 on this team, came in and got a piece of the tackle.
And people have said the Indian defense wasn't that quick, but they certainly go against that tonight. Cook onto the corner, and touchdown Saddleback. John Cook set it to Chris Baker exactly where it had to be. Touchdown Roadrunners.
We mentioned the yards being tough at the goal line, and also you get single coverage at the goal line too. You run an alley-oop like that, one-on-one coverage with the cornerback Sepulveda, and it looked like David lost the ball up in the lights, really didn't react that well. and it was all over. A touchdown for Baker, and just like that, Saddleback is not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, you look back on that drive, too, and there were some important third down conversions. Going for 2, trailing 22-13. Cook under center, rolls to the right, wants to go back, but Garcia has him and throws him down. Richard Garcia one more time. That'll still make it 22-13. That means it'll take at least 2 scores, Dave, to tie it up.
That's what I was going to mention, the essential big play there that Garcia just made, because a 2-point conversion brings him within 7, and a score and a 2-pointer would give him the game. So there's a final look at the touchdown one more time. Baker one-on-one with Sepulveda, and David simply lost it on the coverage. But that play that Garcia made sensational because, like you mentioned, the Roadrunners need 2 scores to possibly pull out victory.
They did it. They used up 6 minutes and 49 seconds, went 60 yards in 13 plays, and John Cook came up with some important third down conversions and put the ball exactly in the right spot for that touchdown to Chris Baker. 8:58 to go, 22-13. And Garcia comes up with another big play for the Indians. Chavera back deep at about the 5-yard line. Todd Maxwell will be kicking off. And it may be too early for onside action. Let's see what they decide to do for Saddleback. Maxwell does kick it away. Kind of a squiver. Comes to Anaya at the 20. Paul up the middle. Good field position at the 42-yard line. So the Indians under Victor Williams should be able to generate any kind of offense they decide to because of the good field position here. And
the pressure really now shifts to the Roadrunner defense because they have to stop him right here, get that explosive unit on the field one more time, but they can't afford to let Fullerton grind out a couple first downs, work the clock, because right now for Saddleback, the clock is the foe and not so much the Indians.
2 tight ends again. Sepulveda and Daggett at the wide receivers. 1st and 10 from the 42. Victor Williams, the junior, at the helm. Looks like he might have checked off again as he's calling signals. Gives it to Garcia over the left side. Great penetration by the offensive line that time. They simply moved the defensive line back about 5 yards. Garcia went right over the top of McKinnon, and also he went over the top of Chavera, a lead blocker, and Robert Welsh.
One of our comparisons was mentioning size. Fullerton, the bigger, stronger people up front. And now with the lead, that becomes more of a factor since they have that size. They can run this little Billy series, go off tackle and things like that, and use that big offensive line to their advantage.
Give him a gain of 7, 2nd down and 3. Same set with Garcia right behind the quarterback. He gets the ball, stays on his feet after an initial hit, and fights for a first down.
I know he has horns on under that helmet, I tell you.
Richard Garcia simply would not be denied. Initial contact made by the Roadrunners and Jason Bell at 6'2", 205. And he just went off of him like water off a duck. Fought forward for a couple more yards. Swooped down for a first down. 1st and 10 from the 47, and more importantly, the clock continues to run. 7:41 and counting.
Water off a duck, huh?
Here we go. In motion. Give it again to the first back through, and he fights forward for about 5 yards. And a workhorse tonight. McKinnon is the guy always at the bottom of that, and Richard Garcia knows his number. He spends a whole lot of time running right behind him on his heels. 6'6", 270, the big fella, number 75. Richard Garcia got about 4 yards on that. Make it 2nd down and 6. And when you're picking up 4 and 5 yards a pop on first down, that makes that 2nd and 3rd down play call just a little bit easier.
And the seconds continue to go off the clock while they're doing just that.
Same offensive setup for the Indians. And the same kind of production from Garcia. He's pulled back, but not before he reaches the 40. And that's going to come up with a critical 3rd down and 3 for the Indians.
The play comes in now via Garcia, so we'll see what they do because it is 3rd and about 3. This is normally Richard Garcia country. He's a big, strong back. Had that 200-yard game earlier in the season when he earned LA Times Player of the Week honors. So watch for number 34 in a situation just like this.
Garcia, 21 carries, 102 yards. Let's see what he can get. 3rd down and about 3. Big play for the Saddleback defense. They're up at the line, and they have some encroachment as they get into that neutral zone. So, turnabout's fair play. It happened on the last drive for Saddleback. Here we go the other way. Fullerton should pick up a first down. They do. Offside, Saddleback. My, oh my.
A crucial mistake at that time. If they're going to get a first down, they'd better earn it, not give it up on a 5-yard penalty. And once again, that gives them 3 more downs to work with, continue to use the clock, and possibly eliminate Saddleback from the CIF playoffs.
And for Saddleback, that's been pretty much a penalty-free game for them, Dave.
Only 2 penalties for 10 yards, so only the timely ones have really hurt him.
That may have been a big one. 5:57 and counting. Give to Garcia over the left side again. McKinnon at the bottom just keeps tunneling his way through, and Garcia riding him down to the 25-yard line. Let's make it the 30, excuse me. 2nd down and 5. Good gain, and again, McKinnon down at the bottom, picking up excellent yardage, along with number 70, Damon Dodds, 6'1", 210-pound senior. Dodds, Adams, Mitchison, Putignani, and McKinnon at the top, along with Welch and Wackholtz. That line doing a great job tonight. 2nd and 5. This ground game, keeping the clock running. Over the right side, this time is Chavera, meets a lot of resistance and maybe picks up 2 yards. Well, you got to give it to somebody else every now and then, right?
I'm not sure if the CIF recognizes this and recognizing postseason play, but Garcia now is over 1,000 yards with this game with the 900 he had earlier. Looking at the score and how the quarter progressed, the very evenly amount of yardage that we have earlier, Saddleback at the edge through period 1. At the half, look how Fullerton continues to stretch away, 159-128. The turnover is always a factor, and in the third, they continue that advantage if they continue to go where they stand right now.
234 to 147 is the yardage. They give it over the left side to Chavera. He is past the 25-yard line. Should be a first down if it is an important one for the Fullerton Indians with 4:38 to go. And the yardage beginning to mount up big on the side of the Fullerton High School Indians. More importantly, right now they're eating up a lot of the clock. And they can come down, use up 5 or 6 minutes, Dave, and then come back down and get at least 3. That puts Saddleback in a very difficult position.
Using up 5 or 6 minutes is a feat since there's only 4.5 remaining. That would about do it for Saddleback.
Yes, indeed it would. Plus post game, 4:20 to go. Williams under center. 1st and 10 at the 24-yard line. Double coverage out to the right side now. They give it to the first man through again. That's Garcia. How does he do it? Down to the 20. No seam there, but he makes one.
We'll have to ask him. We talked to the Saddleback coaches prior to the game, and they said, what did you think of Fullerton offensively? They said 34, Garcia. That's enough. And that pretty much says it all from what he's done tonight.
He saw the films. That's a fact. Dave, let's take a look at that third quarter again and just point out how big the totals have become for Fullerton.
Well, at the half, it was fairly close. Fullerton had an edge, but now 234 to 147. Fullerton dominated the third period, and the turnover is not a factor, and even the penalties haven't been either. They've dominated the offensive field of play, and that's why they have a 22-13 lead.
That's the important one, 22-13. Good move inside by Chavera down to the 20-yard line on a 2nd down and 6 call. Down to the 15-yard line.
On a mention, Lon, that Fullerton, should they win this game, and right now we have every reason to think that they will advance to the winner of the La Quinta-Valencia game, and that ought to be a dandy, a shootout there. Ray Polaris, Mike Marujo's Valencia Tigers undefeated against La Quinta, only 2 losses. That ought to be a dandy, so that is going to be the pride of the North. Should Valencia go on, we'll have a North versus North, who knows?
3rd and 1, another 3rd down call at the 16-yard line. Williams fakes it, gives it back to the other side. 1st down, Fullerton. That'll keep the clock running. A good play over to number 34. We don't need to tell you who he is anymore.
I don't think I'm going to. Since we talked about Valencia, ironically enough, it was Valencia that eliminated Fullerton from the first round of the playoffs last year, eliminating the Indians and Richard Williams, Victor Williams' brother.
You think they'd like another shot at that?
Maybe just a wee bit.
Mike Marujo doing a great job over there with the Tigers of Valencia High School. All of Placentia proud of him. 2:31 to go. 1st and 10. Ball on the 13-yard line. Williams doing an excellent job tonight. Gives to Chavera. Chavera over the left side. Chavera inside the 10 to the 7-yard line. Mark Chavera, and again, excellent blocking on that side.
And once again, Chavera darn near broke it. If Baker didn't make a good open field tackle, Chavera would have had his 3rd touchdown. We had a chance earlier as he had a pass intercepted in the end zone, so he could very conceivably have 4 touchdowns. So it's been essentially Shavira and the Garcia show tonight.
And it may be that big offensive line of the Indians wearing down that Saddleback defense. Second down, about 4 yards to go. They can get a first down before they go in. They give it to Garcia. Garcia straight up the middle, stays on his feet, fights forward inside the 1 yard line. First and goal should be Richard Garcia. How do you do?
Well, look at him. He's mad that he didn't score. He was only dragged in by 4 Saddleback Roadrunners. Sorry, Richard. And he's turned and struggled for an extra 4 yards and just came within about a yard or so, maybe 2 feet from the end zone, and he was upset that he didn't do it.
Well, the Richard Garcia is helping turn the Saddleback dream into a nightmare here at Fullerton District Stadium. 22-13. First and goal at the 1 yard line. Who do you think will get the ball? Victor Williams wants it. Quarterback sneak, and they haven't indicated yet, but he's got to be awful close. And the clock just keeps on ticking down, ticking away the season for the Roadrunners of Saddleback High School.
Saddleback will be road running down the 57 freeway in just about a minute or so.
And the tip of the football right at the goal line. They just couldn't quite give it to Victor Williams. I think the officials perhaps want to see Garcia put it in. Just kidding, folks. 22-13. 47 seconds ago. Saddleback not stopping the clock. Second down and goal. Williams calling out signals. Sends Wackles to the right. Shavira up tight this time. He may get it. Williams, there he is. Garcia, touchdown Fullerton.
Surprise, surprise. Bring on the Tigers.
The Tribe will be painting the town tonight. 28-13 with 32 seconds to go.
And the war paint will be red and white on this evening.
Trying to make it 29. Mike Manini. A little icing here if he can get it down. And a penalty flag.
I tell you, Lon, the scoring drive, we mentioned wanting to use a little bit of the clock. Well, how about 8 minutes and 20 seconds? But I think that's just a little bit. 14 plays, 59 yards, 5 first downs on the drive, all of them rushing the capper, Richard Garcia, on a 1-foot run.
Well, Saddleback scored at the 8:58 mark, and we surmise that perhaps if they could, the Indians could use up 5 or 6 minutes, but this is a coach's dream. To use up that much time and to see number 34 crunch it over on the right side for a touchdown. 28-13, and now they'll go for 2. Williams to Shavira, 2-pointer. 30-13. I think you'd have to look a long way for anybody to pick this as a final score. A Saddleback defense giving up only 8.7 points per game on the average, Dave, has given up 30, and the Indians are celebrating out there on the field with just a few seconds to go, 32 to be exact.
Well, big plays obviously have been a factor in the first half. Shavira and Sepulveda with their antics, and in the second half, simply Indian domination. They controlled the ball, marching the 59 yards on this drive, continued to increase the yardage totals throughout the second half, and in the end, it seemed to me as if Saddleback wore down. That big offensive front simply took care of the Saddleback front line, and they will be road running in just about 32 seconds or so.
It's been exciting, the Fullerton crowd standing up, and a good crowd that it has been. Garcia, 26 carries, 160 yards. Shavira, 10 carries, 80 yards. Hey, don't forget that 64-yard INT interception. It goes for a touchdown. And Victor Williams, 50%er tonight, 7 for 14 and 70 yards. Good numbers for the Indians. Manini goes to the side again, a short kick. Picked up. Let's see who has it. Now the ball's flying around loose and down at the 36-yard line. So the ball flopped around a lot, finally ended up on the other side, but only 26 seconds remain. The Roadrunners will lose the second round action here at Fullerton District Stadium. And you go back to the coin flip. Last Saturday in the commissioner's office, the commissioner said, Fullerton, you have heads. Heads it is. And the Fullerton home crowd may have been a little bit of a factor tonight.
Just a wee bit, and Saturday will be another coin toss, seeing who the Indians will play, whether it be Valencia or La Quinta, and another coin toss will be happening there at the commissioner's office just to find out where this game will be played. So hopefully we won't be done bringing you Indian football CIF style, hopefully all the way to the CIF title.
Stay tuned. Hey, I asked Martin Luge if he'd like a coin flip again, and he just smiled and said, we'll call heads one more time. Stay with the winner. 30-13. It's been a good one right here. And a lot of it is surprise. We saw what we thought we would see as the Indians were able to control the ball and come up with a long drive for points. But it was the big play from the defense, Dave, in the first half of play that really got the Indians underway tonight.
Shavara's interception that was 64 yards that put the Indians on top just prior to the half coming to an end was the difference and gave the Indians some momentum going into the second half. They simply took that to the bank, never looked back, and here they are leading 30-13.
And you've seen some great pictures tonight. Ken Fisher and the crew down there in the truck and all the camera people. We want to say thank you to them. They're out there lugging it around and doing a great job. Hope you've enjoyed Group W coverage of high school football. Central Conference has been a good one. And the Freeway League still at least has one remainder.
Yes,
in the Fullerton Indians and Sunny Hills.
Sunny Hills going against Newport Harbor, and that'll be another Seaview preview. A preview. I'm just getting these words right. And hopefully for the Freeway League representatives, they will continue to advance to possibly a showdown in the final. Sunny Hills, the defending CIF champs.
Well, you know, the Freeway League has been rated quite high this year by many people looking on at Orange County football, and all along the road they've been saying that the Fullerton Indians, Sunny Hills, all of the other things, Sunny Hills Lancers, La Habra Highlanders are all very good teams. We're going to have a personal foul tacked on. It took quite a long time to decide that. They to say who fired the first punch. But at any rate, some short tempers down there on the field that will move the ball into Indian territory until 46. But, folks, it's all academic right now. Everything but the final stats.
I guess the Orange County Civil War, the Confederacy will go home with their tails beaten on this evening.
Well, the South shall rise again, but perhaps not this week. Cook back to throw, goes over the middle, flag down. Play made to Butler. Tackled by Chavera, but a flag down, and in the spot where you would expect to see offensive holding. And it is, with 17 seconds to go, so it does stop the clock. Dave, there's some other games going on tonight.
Well, La Mirada, the #1 seed, is going against Los Amigos. La Mirada very impressive on the season, although they come out of a weak league. I personally feel that the winner of the Sunny Hills Newport Harbor will go to the finals against probably the winner of the Fullerton, Valencia, or La Quinta. I'm not going to go out on a limb on that one because that is going to be a dandy. So I'm expecting Sunny Hills or Newport Harbor in the finals against either Fullerton, La Quinta, or Valencia. So that ought to be something to look forward to as the week progresses.
And time expiring here. Cook running around. 3, 2, 1, going long. Interception by Sepulveda. Sepulveda just stepped it down and said, folks, that's enough. 30-13, and look at them. They're out there running around. The Indians pull off an upset of sorts, 30-13, and the fact that they only gave up 13 points, headlines ought to read, Indian defense stifles Roadrunner attack in the papers tomorrow morning.
I'll let you write that.
We'll use that up, send it through AM delivery tomorrow morning. 30-13, we hope you've enjoyed it. And Dave, parting shots here, and one will put you out on the line. Who would you rather see Fullerton play, La Quinta or Valencia?
I think the showdown, Fullerton-Valencia, would be something that the north part of the county would like to see. See who is the pride of the north. The Confederacy is done on this evening, but whether it be Valencia, a great running football team, Ray Polaris, Mike Marujo and company, that ought to be a dandy against Richard Garcia. A classic confrontation of great running backs. And that ought to be something as the week progresses. Maybe they won't play them. It might be La Quinta. It'll all be decided later on.
The celebrating Indian tribe, as they celebrate their 30-13 victory. Quickly, some last stats. 286 yards offense for Fullerton, 182 for Saddleback. That's 114 yards under their average. That's the key right there.
And also the fourth quarter numbers, only 34 yards in the fourth quarter. Not enough to get the job done when you're trailing big.
All right, let's take it on home for Group W Cable. I'm Lon Bronk along with Dave Lewis, saying so long from Fullerton District Stadium, with a final score tonight was Fullerton 30, Saddleback 13. Good night, and thank you for joining us.
FW Cable's presentation of the CIF Central Conference Playoff game between Fullerton Union High School and Saddleback High School has been made possible through the support of the Kiwanis Club of Fullerton, the Fullerton Union High School Key.
And I'm Nolan Cromwell.
As players, we experience the game each week from a unique vantage point, right on the field.
This season, we're going to share with you the 1984 campaign from our vantage point to help you better understand and enjoy NFL football.
Every Saturday afternoon at 5:30, right here on Channel 56, Nolan and I are going to host a unique show, especially for you. I'll be looking at last week's game from the offensive standpoint.
And I'll analyze it from the defensive standpoint.
Then I'll let you in on this week's offensive game plan and how we plan to attack our next opponent.
And I'll tell you what we expect from their offense and what we're going to do to stop them.
We'll also take a look at other key NFL games coming up and answer your cards and letters about the Rams and the NFL.
So make your plans to join us every Saturday afternoon at 5:30 right here on KDOC, Channel 56.
For the Vince Ferragamo, Nolan Cromwell.
No. It's Nolan Cromwell, Vince Ferragamo.
Nolan, offense before defense.
No, Vinny. C before F.
Hey, 15 before 21.
Hi, I'm Jeff Rutledge, quarterback of the New York Giants, and I'd like to remind you that if you're keeping a ratings diary, you're watching KDLC TV, Channel 56, my station.
Welcome back. We've got a great game going right now. Fourth quarter right now. Ball right up the middle.
And no handoff. Lutz is just going to keep hold of himself. Smart
Jimmy, they've got
play.
a long way to go right now.
You don't want to leave the ball on the ground either down there.
11:45 left. Fourth quarter should be a good one with Fullerton ahead 8-0.
What gets critical now, Bob, is the Fullerton two-point conversion.
That's
You got to
right.
come down and get a two-point conversion just to tie. All of a sudden, that little encroachment penalty is a big play.
That's right. Coming back to hunt him. A gain of 3 yards, 2nd and 7. Defense holding really nicely right there, Jimmy. Fullerton really coming off the line. Let's go to Barbie Mitchell. Barbie?
Thank you, Bob. I am with the principal of Sunny Hills High School, Gary Meager. He was a graduate of Fullerton. However, that's beside the point now. You've been here for 4 years. You've really had a chance to see this team develop.
Right. From watching the kids as ninth graders when they did a fine job with the freshman football team to this particular point, it's enjoyable to watch them go from young boys to young men.
You've got an 11-game winning streak on the line here. Has that been talked about much between the students and on campus?
No, it really hasn't. The kids pretty well take things in stride, and they just try to go out. This is a very calm group of kids, and they try to go out every week and do the job. You know? So they're the kind of kids, too, that you can be really proud of because not only are they football players, but a number of them are very fine students.
All right, now you can be honest with me. Isn't it a little tough? You graduated from Fullerton, and here you are at Sunny Hills. Is your allegiance a little wavering?
Never waver in the allegiance. There's only one team that should win tonight, and that's Sunny Hills High School. Almost slipped, right?
Okay, Bob, back to you.
Almost slipped right there. I think I heard that little.
Started to say Fullerton there. Gary Meager, if every principal were as supportive as Meager is to Sunny Hills, there'd be a lot fewer problems in Orange County sports. He's a gem.
Good punt that time by Zavala. He kicked it 35 yards, got him out of the end zone, and now Fullerton's got the ball. Jimmy, it's another golden opportunity for them.
We saw some pretty good defense by a Fullerton line down there, too.
Really
Nothing
exploded.
worked. Nothing worked.
Nope. 10:04 left in the ball game. It's going to be interesting to see now what Sunny Hills does. They've got to stop them.
Say on Sunny Hill's next possession,
I think we're going to see the ball in the air because the running game is not working. Wow, there's a major penalty coming up here.
Let's see what it is. Let the referee tell us.
Personal foul, Fullerton. First down.
That takes it back a little ways. And Fullerton have a little bit of trouble, Jimmy, deciding what they want to do. Came up and they go, that's just a little bit farther than we thought it was going to be, but still it's 1st and 10.
So much for the short yardage game.
I want to remind you next week, as we said, we've got another great game for you at Diamond Bar, and you've got the state rankings right there, Jimmy.
Yes, I do. I'd say
Where'd you put
Diamond
him?
Bar is the leading scoring team in the CIF, the best defense in the CIF, playing Ganesha tonight, and they're number 2 in the state behind La Mirada. And too bad they're in different conferences, Bobby, because La Mirada Diamond Bar would be a game that might fill a Coliseum.
1st down and 10. Out of the wishbone, the pitches is Chavera.
Boy, the hitting is amazing tonight, Bob. You're going to see some sore young men tomorrow.
High school football at its best. You're seeing 2 of the better teams in Southern California, in Sunny Hills and Fullerton, and a lot of people thought this would be a high-scoring ball game, but no, there's so much hitting down there. It seems like they've each got each other's number.
They sure do. Hey, speaking of state ratings, Sunny Hills is 7th in the state, just 1 slot behind Valencia. Fullerton not rated and ahead here, 8-zip, and has the ball.
Should tell you, too, that's AA rankings. They also have AAA and 4A rankings. So some of the schools in different conferences and different levels. Garcia carried the ball that time. Boy, Jimmy, like you said, there's going to be some sore bodies down there. There's some good hitting, good sticking going on.
Well, Garcia, you have to feel sorry for, because Sunny Hills has got to be keen on him. You know darn well Fullerton's not going to pass that much, and if you're going to put it on the ground, you're going to go to Garcia.
3rd and 4.
Even when he doesn't have the ball, he's getting hit.
8:45 left in the ball game. Williams looking to make a pass. And it is complete to number 1. That's Sepulveda. David's the first name, 5'10", 165-pound senior. Jimmy, that's why we got a chance. You know, it's not easy being the wife of a coach, and let's go down and find out with Barbie Mitchell.
Thank you, Bob. Gail Devaney is the head coach's wife of Sunny Hills. I understand you're more nervous about these games than your husband is.
I think so.
Why is that?
I'm just really into it, and I'm always a wreck every day before the games.
All right, now the team is 8 points down. What is the game plan now? You're the coach's wife. Let us in on it. What are we going to see a lot of near the end of the game here?
I think we'll pass a lot more and mix up the pass and the run.
Can you analyze what has been the problem? Why is Sunny Hills on the board at this point?
We just haven't been able to move the ball, and we made some mistakes at key times in the game.
What's it like to be a coach's wife?
Fun. It's a lot of fun. I really love it. I love football probably as much as my husband does, and I love being a part of all of this.
Thank you very much. Bob, take it away.
Thank you, Barbie. Don't they have something like coaches' widows or something because they don't get to see them much? Number 80, Robert Welch, the man that came up with the ball.
It takes a special lady to be a coach's wife. There's a lot of divorces in this business. It takes a patient, understanding woman.
Williams back, looking. Complete over the middle. That's Sepulveda. Jimmy, they're opening it up.
Second great catch in a row for Sepulveda. He's got a great pair of hands. Not afraid to go in the middle, as so many wide receivers are.
He's had 27 catches coming into this ball game, so it's going to be interesting to see what he does. Last year, he led Orange County in receipts with 64 receptions.
There's the replay, Bob. It's a straight drop back, and you'll see Sepulveda curling back through the middle. That's dangerous country for a wide receiver because you can really get stuck and clotheslined. And he does get hit.
His production's down a little bit this year, Jim. And remember, they're not passing as much. So, you know, it's a different ball club. That's why he only has 27 coming in as opposed to last year he had 64. That's a lot of catches.
It takes a special kind of kid to still be able to play at full speed when things aren't quite the same. Face it, if you're a wide receiver, you want a lot of catches, you want to impress the recruiters, and if you have any kind of personal pride, you want to do well. It really takes a special kid to still go out there, make his blocks, more importantly, run his routes. Whether he's live or not, you want him to run the routes. Push the DBs back, keep the safeties thinking, make the cornerbacks play back.
No, what we need right now, well, we got this slight break. How about the answer to the quiz? Imagine a lot of people are wondering who those players are that win the NFL.
Do you know any of them, Bob? Any of them at all?
I know a few.
Well, give me a couple.
No, I wouldn't want to wreck it for everybody. They're still guessing.
We don't want to hurt it for the viewers. Okay.
Can you say Keith Van Horn?
That's good. That's one from Fullerton. There's another one still active in the NFL from Fullerton.
Oh, really?
Hobie Brenner.
Hobie Brenner.
And Brig Owens.
There you get a chance to see him right there.
And Sunny Hill has Gus Coppins, who played for the Rams, now with the Express. Mike Horan, who is still punting for the Philadelphia Eagles. And Brian Kelly, a longtime linebacker for the Giants.
Okay, 7:32 left. Back to action, 1st and 10. Daggett in motion. He's in motion, but the ball's given once again to Garcia, the workhorse. Looks like he might have got a gain of 2, Jimmy, so it'll be 2nd and 8.
And Phil Stoltzner was there to make the stop.
Okay, we've got a quick timeout right here. Let's take a break with 7:15 left. Fullerton ahead 8-0. We'll be right back.
At Zacharial, the most common thing we hear from our customers is that since you advertise price, we felt you were strictly a price operation. We had no idea of the quality Zacharial carried till we came in. Whether you want fine wool worsted fabrics, or the finest Tasmanian cashmere and wool fabrics, or Italy's finest Dupioni silks, we have them at prices that will amaze you. If you want the largest selection of top quality merchandise at the best price in town, then it's time you started shopping at Zacharial. We're open 7 days a week.
I'm Earl Scheib. I'll paint any car, any color for just $99.95. No ups and no extras.
Earl Scheib has painted more than 15 million cars. He uses only his famous diamond gloss acrylic paint. There is no finer paint made only with DuPont pigments and General Electric silicones.
Right. I'll paint any car, any color for just $99.95. No ups and no extras.
Back with live action right now. Bob Elder, Jim Ruffalo, and Barbie Mitchell. Exactly 7 minutes left in this ball game. Fullerton knocking on the door right now. They'd like to add some more points and get a little bit of a cushion, Jimmy.
Again, an excellent pass. All of a sudden, the passing game is here for Fullerton.
A little quickie there. Quick one over the middle. Robert Welch, the tight end, caught that one.
Keeps him honest. Yeah, I'll go to Sunny Hill. Oh, here's the replay, Bob. You can see he just stands up and throws. Right there. Good catch, too.
He's got Pat Hayden's disease. He's not very tall. He's only 5'11".
Too bad. You know, the Burline family at Survey, we were talking about him earlier. Had they gone to a public school, it would have been Sunny Hills. So,
oh, really? Interesting.
A pretty good team.
Sepulveda and Daggett go to the far side of the field. Pass is complete, and it's touchdown. Number 24, David Dinsmore, took that one out of the backfield and scored.
Pretty brilliant call, too, when you think about a little out pass. The route is open down the sidelines because everybody's expecting the inside cut of Garcia.
Here you can see it again.
He doesn't even waste any time, just a quick out to the sidelines. And you can see there's nothing in front of him except that chalk line.
Sepulveda was going to the inside. Daggett went to the inside. That laid everything open to the outside. Jimmy, right now, looks like the Sunny Hills bench right now. They are dead. They are almost beaten right now. It's going to take a lot to get them back. This is when they really need to get going.
And while the kick is taking place, more importantly, Sunny Hills quarterback Mike Lutz, he took a pretty good pounding on that last play, and he might be a little groggy. You don't need a groggy quarterback when you're down 15 zip.
15 zip, all right. Extra point was good, and now Fullerton leads 15-0 here at Spalding Field. We've got 6:11 left. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Hi, friends. Ralph Williams for Wilson Ford. Today's Saturday and all day tomorrow, Sunday. We're going out for the biggest weekend we've ever had. With prices like this, I think you'll see why. We're taking every remaining 84 car and truck. We've got to move them out. And we're saying invoice less $200. Now, invoice is the amount that we paid Ford Motor Company when Wilson Ford bought the vehicle from Ford. And we'll be glad to give you a notarized copy. We say every remaining 84, 200 below Ford factory invoice, 85 Ranger, $5,985, hundreds and hundreds of 85s, serviced and ready for immediate delivery, 85 Bronco 2, $9,985, 1984 Ford Tempo, 200 below Ford factory invoice, 85 Tempo, $7,585, lease an 85 LTD Crown Victoria, $229 per month, 1985 F-150 truck, $7,985. Another remaining 84. This is an escort, 200 low Ford factory invoice, 85 escort, $5,485. Call me now, 714-842-6611. Open tonight, Saturday night till midnight, Sunday till midnight, Wilsonport, Beach Boulevard, Huntington Beach.
Bob Elder, Jim Ruffalo, and Barbie Mitchell back with you. 6:11 to go in the ball game. Fullerton ahead 15-0. Jimmy and Sunny Hills, needless to say, has their work cut out for them. Mike Namini kicks off. Ball taken there by Imperiali. So Sunny Hills got a ways to go, Jim.
Could be a very big win for Fullerton, Bob. Not just for the standings, but for the whole program. Marty Lou J, young coach, getting this thing back on an even keel after numerous problems for a number of years there. A big win like this gets a couple more kids interested in playing football, and Fullerton, as we well know, needs some numbers out there.
Good news for Sunny Hills, that is that Mike Lutz is coming back into the ball game. As we said, he looked like he's a little shaken up, and that's another person they cannot lose right now. Clock is running, 5:50 left in the ball game. They got Burns in the backfield. In motion is Wackerman.
Straight drop.
Pass is complete to Fiegel. As you said, Jimmy, they're going to go to the air. They've got to air it out.
Yeah, I'm not being brilliant. It's no secret. You're down 15-0 and the clock ticking down in the fourth quarter. You better put it in the air. You got a lot of ground to cover in a hurry. 5:38 left.
You're not brilliant? You lied to me in your resume? Oh. I was just wondering. 1st and 10.
Here's the replay. Well, you see a nice catch by Flegel.
Ball resting at about the 43-yard line. Once again to the air goes Lutz. And once again to Fiegel, complete, spins. Still on his feet.
Yeah. Fine play, and Lutz has thrown 2 excellent passes.
He can throw when he needs to. It's just that their ground game is so awesome that they usually go with that first. But as Coach Devaney said, when they need the air game, they've got it.
Well, the question now is, why weren't they using it earlier?
Number 29, Alan Shutt checks into the ball game, bringing the play from the bench.
See Fiegel making some nice moves after on the replay there. Picked up about 6 extra yards. He's airing it out,
for everything. Incomplete.
Could have got an offensive interference call on that one. You see Fiegel push off. Fiegel,
as in Beagle. There you get to see number 7, the 5'10", 160-pound senior. He came into the ball game with 16 catches for 196 yards. So 4:59 left here in the ball game, 15-0.
Well, Sunny Hills is going to have to air it out, Bob. And they're going to have to air it out even more because the referee has the ball in his hand and he's marching against Sunny Hills.
It's a good size one, too, Jimmy.
That's 15.
Let's hear what he says.
59, 76, huh? 67, 6'7". Holding Sunny Hills.
Just like the pros you got now, they're going to tell you who it is.
Well, that's too bad. The referee's doing his job, but I don't think we should be singling out any kids out here. They're playing for fun. I don't care what the LA Times says. I'm not going to badmouth the kid.
First and 25. First and 25 for the Lancers. Once again, favorite target, Fiegel. They got a good thing, Jimmy. They're going with it.
Some extra hitting out there, too, after the play, and referee better step in, restore a little law and order in the West here. We're going to see some...
Just amazing. We'll get a chance to see the replay right now.
Well, straight drop, not the same rush either. You notice Fullerton is starting to drop the linebackers off into the patterns. Now you see a good pop here right after he's down. You see the forearm come up, and I'll tell you, Paul and I, we don't need that.
Mike Chacon also in on the tackle. Lutz looking, rolling. Goes
Guess
back.
who?
You guess who?
Guess who? Basically, it's 9 guys block, 1 guy throw, and Cap Fiegel go out for the pass.
Shavira, number 32, brought him down. First name David. That'll now be 3rd and 4. They marched down there pretty good.
Get the idea Fiegel can get open whenever he wants.
Get the idea that Fullerton's going to start covering him a little bit more?
They might pick him up on the line. That may slow him down because it's the same pattern. 5 steps out, curl back across through the middle, and the ball's there.
Imperiale checks back into the ball game, number 24. And as he does, Sunny Hills decides to take a timeout. So we have 3:45 left. 15-0. Sunny Hills losing right now to Fullerton. Let's take another look at that last play, Jimmy.
Well, it's the same pattern we've seen 3 times previously, a straight drop back. This time he curls out of the pocket a little bit, throws back across to guess who, and there he is. And he curled across through the middle just as he did on 4 other patterns.
Good coverage, good coverage.
Not much to learn, is there?
Who's that?
Little M&M.
That's little M&M. Madeline Maris?
No.
Oh, no. Getting ready for Halloween. I suppose you are going out trick-or-treating again as every year?
Yeah, with a beer glass in hand. Yes.
That's for you to collect your trick-or-treats. We have to 3:45 left in the ball game right now. Sunny Hills needs to keep this thing going, needs to get in to score a touchdown quickly, Jimmy, because they're not going to have a lot of time. Even then, they've got to come up with a 2-point conversion somewhere down the line.
Well, when you think about one reason that Fiegel is probably getting open is that Fullerton has gone into a soft defense in the secondary, knowing that it has time on its side. It can afford to give up the 5, 6, 7-yard pass. No problem. The clock keeps ticking away. Don't get burned on the long one. That's why I think you might see Fiegel fake the turn in and then take off for either a post or a flag.
3rd and 4. No chance to get that one off.
Now, no matter what the call was, it's not going to work because about half of the Fullerton defense was in there.
Bob Renfro, David McKinnon.
Tim Walkholz was in there too, Bob.
Well, you could just about go down that front 4 or 5 right there. They made it difficult. Now is a big play right here for Sunny Hills. It is 4th and 8. 4th and 8.
It's a defensive lineman's dream, Bob. You know what the play is going to be. The quarterback's going to take 6 steps back.
Turner, Imperiale into the ball game. And to the near side comes the favorite target. Who else? Incomplete. Almost Jimmy pulled it down. He would have had it too, but David Shavira made an excellent play.
Mark Shavira. He made an excellent play. He grabbed the arms and just pulled them apart. Tough to hold on to the ball. I'll tell you, I'm very impressed. There you see it right there. Pulls the arms loose. I'm very impressed with this Fullerton team, and even more so with La Habra, because La Habra won last week against the same Fullerton team. Football is great this year in Orange County, and another undefeated team bites the dust.
3 minutes exactly left in the ball game. Fullerton's going to keep it on the ground, try and run some time out of the clock.
And the pattern holds, doesn't it, Bob? Every other year, one team wins. Fullerton on, what, the even number years? Sunny Hills on the odd numbers.
Sounds like you're getting ready to do your turn out the lights, the party's over.
Yeah. What's the sign they had last week? Sort out the tights, the party's over.
.230 left in the ball game. Clock is running. Fullerton's just going to make it go till the last second when they have to sit back. Interesting call right there, Jimmy. Looking, taken down. Really surprises me if they'd even try to put more points on the board right now.
You think they're going for the points or just trying to get the first down to keep the ball? Well, there was a man deep. Sepulveda
That's what I'm talking
very,
about.
very
Sepulveda was down there pretty good, but you would just think that they would utilize Garcia and Shavira and just eat up that clock as we have 2 minutes left. John Garrison and Kaylee Fonseca were the men to bring him down. I want you to stay tuned after the ball game. We're going to interview the winning coach, and also we've got some people we haven't had a chance to talk to, and that's some of the sports writers around here. We may do an interview or two. Tom Hamilton of the Los Angeles Times is here with us.
Randy France from the Register and Bob Lennart from the Fullerton Tribune.
See if
good games gets the good writers. And the football gets a lot of attention.
So the clock running once again. Rod Turner, Zach Newberry brought down the runner, but it's going to be 4th down. So Sunny Hills right now, Jimmy, could really use that turnover. Once again, we bring up the point of the bad snaps from center that have been happening for the last week or two from Fullerton since their starting center's out. Not an excuse, but just happens to be a fact of the game.
I think Sunny Hills is going to put the block on this one, huh?
I think Sunny Hills has many timeouts left. They're letting that clock.
One left.
That's right. They're letting that clock run right down.
There's the flag.
There we get the flag. They took a little bit too much time, and you knew they were going to do that. They want to get that clock down as far as they can. I want to remind you on Calling All Sports coming up this Monday night, we're going to have the In-N-Out High School Player of the Game for you, which we'll be awarding after the game. You can tune in on Calling All Sports to see that. And this week's guest, we're going to have open forum. We're going to talk about a lot of things. And it's going to be with the coach, Charlie Wright, from KISS FM. He'll be joining us for almost a full hour. You can call in and talk with the coach about anything in sports. It's going to be a lot of fun. That'll be Monday night, 10 o'clock, Calling All Sports.
Yeah, the offensive player game choice is kind of easy, but what do you do on defense, Bob?
What a kick.
What a great kick. Timmy Imperioli finally ran it down, but he's got a lot of red helmets with him.
41 seconds remaining in the ball game, Jimmy, and I think Fullerton's starting to celebrate, and with good reason. They have really bounced back.
A very impressive showing by Fullerton, a very impressive showing.
I think after the game we talked to Coach Luce. We're going to be talking to a very happy Coach Luce.
Coach Luce, you know, we got Tim Devaney, the Sunny Hills coach. He's from Servite. And Coach Luce, Martin Luce, a Lowell player, and there is no Lowell High anymore. That's been closed.
Lutz looking spun down. It is just about all over. Rod Turner spun him down that time.
Tim Wachholz was there again. He has played a brilliant game on defense tonight.
John Charlton, our excellent spotter, told me that was a 51-yard punt last time. 51 yards. And there's a timeout down there. As I think Sunny Hills going to be taking their final one, Jimmy.
That's it for him. No other way to stop a clock now except incomplete pass or a defensive penalty.
Some exciting games. Once again, I want to remind you, as we just said, the In-N-Out Hamburger Player of the Week awards. Player of the Game will be presented after the game. You can see it on Calling All Sports. And don't forget, at the end of the year, the top offensive and defensive player will be getting a $1,000 athletic award given to his athletic department in his name for them to continue on and be doing great, because I'll tell you, it's been some great players too, Jimmy. It's going to be tough again.
Trying to figure out who is the player of the year is going to be darn near impossible. We have seen some great players this year.
And we've got some good games left, too. When you look at next week, Montclair and Diamond Bar, that's going to be a good one. In 2 weeks, Servite and Mater Dei. Really looking forward to seeing that one at the Bowl. And then the playoffs. And you know each week we're going to have one of the top games. It'll all be happening right here on KDOC Channel 56. And don't forget, my buddy Steve Grace coming up with the news at 11 o'clock. And towards the end, he'll have the high school scoreboard. You can find out how all your favorite teams did in Southern California tonight just by tuning in Mr. Stephen Grace. Intercepted by who else? Garcia. He's going to take it all the way in, Jimmy.
Well, you know, Garcia made a nice catch for the interception, but the play was made when the quarterback was hit, as he threw it. And that's why that was an interception. He had nothing on the ball because he was being hit as he threw.
The entire Fullerton team is down in the end zone. Cheerleaders, everyone. This is a big game to them.
Well, I hope we have a replay of that, because I would love to see who it was that hit Lutz, because that's what made that play.
Definitely did. We've got 7 seconds remaining. It is now 21-0.
And here's the replay. Let's not watch the ball. Let's watch the quarterback, because you'll see him get hit just as he throws.
Looked like 50.
Looked like David Sivak. And that's what made the interception.
And you get to see Mr. Richard Garcia take that ball right in the end zone. 7 seconds, as we said, left in the ball game, 21-0.
Well, if I told you to start the game, the final score was going to be 21-0 Fullerton, you would have had me committed, wouldn't you? Sunny Hills was the odds-on favorite in this one.
Very definitely. We thought it would be a high-scoring game. We thought 21 points maybe by Fullerton, but I thought Sunny Hills would air it out a little bit more. But remember, when you've got your top back, like Tim Burns, injured, he didn't play much of the first half, just the last series, that takes a lot away from your team, and it's not easy for Wackerman to be able to carry the whole load. But they'll be back. These two could meet again.
Looks familiar, doesn't it? A little encroachment on Sunny Hills. I doubt that they'll go for 2, though. They'll probably just kick it. You don't want to rub salt in the wounds.
While we're getting towards the end, I want to thank everyone that's on our crew every week. We always tell you to watch as the credits come by, but Brian Lockwood, our fine director, Don Engelhart, who engineered this thing, as he does every week, and we are not going to tell on him of his driving.
Our truck's got a dent in it.
No, you weren't supposed to say that. We're coming up with an excuse on that.
See if we can get Brian to roll the credits a little slower tonight so people can really see who it is that puts these games on. Ah, blocked.
Blocked and picked out of the air there.
Blocked it. Academic, but still, he's still playing football. Good for him. Now, if Brian hears us, Brian, roll those credits slow tonight.
Brian rode real slow. We want everybody to see all the fine people that we have working with us.
You know, some of the stadiums in Orange County are not great places, especially this one. And yet they get us on the air week after week. They make us sound good. They make us look good, which is darn near impossible.
Who's getting 7 seconds left in the ball game? Time is now academic. It's 21-0. Fullerton over Sunny Hills. Jimmy's going to be interested to see how Sunny Hills regroups.
Oh, I mean next week?
For next week, of course.
Although Fullerton did a pretty good job of regrouping this week.
You know, it goes without saying, the 11-game winning streak now comes to a close. A happy Fullerton Indians on the other side. Their stands, the people are standing up. They're excited. Especially coming after that heartbreak loss they had last week to La Habra. This has got to do their school and their team and everyone in the Fullerton area right there. I won't say the whole city because we know it's divided, several parts.
Sunny Hills, Troy, Valencia, all draw from Fullerton.
That kick goes out of bounds. So Sunny Hills will get one shot at it left. Channel 56 KDOC TV, bring you all the action. Don't forget, if you want to see this game again, and you're watching it tonight, which is Friday night, it'll be on Saturdays from 3:30 to 5:30, right before Chalk Talk with Vince Ferragamo and Nolan Cromwell. We taped that show last night, Jim, and I'll tell you, they've got a big game coming up against the 49ers. It's going to be good. They go over last week's game, which were a lot of highlights, winning that Monday nighter. They break down the 49ers for you. And also Vince the Greek, who's on a roll, gives his predictions as to what's going to happen this weekend. Imperiale.
Showing flashes of future brilliance, Bob.
And that brings us to the close of the ball game. Fullerton, the Indians, come back after losing last week to La Habra. They bounce back with probably one of the biggest victories in the school right now, especially this year, if not one of the ones in history, as they win 21-0. We'll be back with interviews with the head coach, the winning coach, and also some other people right after this. Stay with us.
We've all heard how quick and easy it is to reface your kitchen for less than the cost of remodeling, right? Well, before you get too excited, stop and take a moment to compare. At C&M Kitchen Cabinets, we offer a variety of pre-finished solid oak cabinets directly from the factory. With our easy-to-follow instructions, you can completely redesign your kitchen yourself with new cabinets and counters for less. That's right, for less than the cost of merely refacing your old cabinets with Formica. So stop and compare, and then come to our showroom, C&M Kitchen Cabinets, where quality costs less.
I'm Bill Grimmins for the LA T-Birds, and the big news is the T-Birds and the Texas Outlaws in the Roller Derby World Series Finals Saturday night, November 10th at the Olympic Auditorium. This is for all the marbles. You better be here. Anna and I is out for revenge. Ralphie and the gang are thinking, get your tickets early. Olympic Auditorium box office, 18th and Grand Avenue, downtown Los Angeles, or all Ticketmaster locations. May Company, Music Plus stores, get them. Kids free. Come on down.
Here is the Channel 56 Community Calendar of Events.
Final score, as you get to see it right there, Fullerton over Sunny Hills, 21-0. Let's go down to a happy coach with Barbie Mitchell.
Thank you, Bob. And yes, indeed, he is happy. What an impressive victory for the Fullerton Indians.
Thank you very much. We were real determined, and the kids did play just an absolutely fantastic game.
What were you most impressed with this victory?
Well, I think the way the kids bounced back from last week. We had a heartbreaking loss, and they know it's a big rivalry, and they bounced back, and they did a great job. And I'd like to say something else. I'd like to thank our coaching staff, Dick Coleman, Greg Schammel, Chip Steves, Tim Steves, Bobby Gonzalez. They did just a super job of preparing the kids all week long.
Could you feel that coming back, the enthusiasm with the kids during practice this week?
Yes, we saw it happening. We were real loose last week and didn't have good practices, and then this past week, the kids just from day one, you know, they showed that they really wanted to win the football game.
All right, now this was a big win for you. Not only did you keep in the title race, I guess actually every win's a big one, but this one in particular because you are in the race for the title.
Well, it is a big victory. In our league, you know, you have to win 3 games to get to the playoffs, and this really tightens up the race because La Habra and Sunny Hills play next week. So there's still a couple more games to go, but we're right back in it.
Coach, best of luck to you and continued success.
Thank you very much.
Bob, take it away.
Thank you very much, Barbie. I'll tell you, he's got to be happy, as all the Fullerton Indians are. We're going to have one final wrap-up here. We're going to be discussing the ball game in review with Jim Ruffalo and myself right after this. Stay with us.
Are you ready to get on the hot seat with Wally George? Hang on for the wildest, most controversial talk show on television.
Listen, this is the hot show on Saturday night. Am I right?
Are you really, truly a conservative?
What I say on this program comes from here. Believe me, no showbiz. John Wayne said that women should be pregnant and bear.
He said, he implied that, yes, sir. What he did indeed say, let me finish, please.
You say we're spending too much money in El Salvador. If we don't help out in El Salvador, all of Central America is going to fall. Next is Mexico, and then the United States. That's my answer. Sit down. Next question.
I'm sitting looking eyeball to eyeball with you. How slimy can I be?
Very. You folks at home on Saturday night at 11 o'clock, where else in the world are you going to be but here? This is where it's happening.
Hot Seat, Saturday at 11 p.m. Watch it.
This is KDOC-TV, Channel 56, Anaheim.
21-0. Fullerton beats Sunny Hills, and Barbie Mitchell's got an interesting fan down there. Barbie?
Thank you, Bob. I found George Andrews of the Los Angeles Rams lingering in the crowd here. Now, you weren't here scouting to get somebody to help you out on Sunday, were you?
I hope we don't need the help, Barb, but it's going to be a good game for us. But this is an exciting game to come and see. It doesn't seem like too long ago I was out playing in my high school, and I always enjoy coming and see the guys playing.
Sunny Hills, the odds-on favorite tonight. If someone would have told you earlier today Fullerton was going to win 21-0, would you believe that?
No, I wouldn't. Fullerton really impressed me tonight. They pretty much controlled the game the whole night and really never let Sunny Hills into it. So I was really impressed with them.
All right, let's talk about that big game you've got coming up Sunday with the 49ers. What are you expecting?
I'm expecting the 49ers to try to come out and control the game with a passing and a running attack. Wendell Tyler and Roger Craig have really improved their offense, and they're running really well. So it's going to be a big test for us defensively.
All right, George, we're all looking forward to that. Nice to see you, and thanks for spending time with us.
You're welcome, Barb.
Bob?
Thank you very much, Barbie. That should be a good game on Sunday, the Rams and 49ers. We had a good one here tonight. Fullerton beat Sunny Hills 21-0. Next week, Montclair and Diamond Bar. We'll see you then. Good night, everyone.
only sports show that lets you, the viewer, call in and talk to the coaches, players, and celebrities. And now, here's your host, Bob Elder.
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to another Monday night edition of Calling All Sports. And tonight, we've got a fun show for you because we're going to be talking about all sports, and we're going to be doing it with the man they call the coach on KISS FM, Charlie Wright. The coach will be joining us in just a few moments. Also tonight, Barbie Mitchell is going to be joining us with a special feature on sports celebrity golf tournaments for charity, and most notably, big Don Baylor Bobby Gritch golf tournament, which was held today for cystic fibrosis. And I'll let you know Barbie was playing herself, so she ought to tell us what her score was. Our Voice of the Fans segment tonight deals with Cal State Fullerton's undefeated Titans, and should they be rated in the top 20. We'll find out what some of you have to say. As always, Jim Ruffalo, excuse me, will be joining us later on to go over the high school top 10, and we'll also be joined later by Chapman College Athletic Director Walt Bowman, who has a very special story about a brave young athlete who really needs your support. Well, that's the lineup, and to lead off the show tonight, it's a privilege to introduce a man who is part of the most popular radio show in Los Angeles, if not all of Southern California, and especially the United States. He's opinionated, he's controversial, and he's a man they call the coach, Charlie Wright. Charlie, welcome to the show.
Why didn't you say the world?
The world. I'd have gotten to that. I mean, Rick probably says that. I mean, you guys.
Right.
It's got to be fun doing that show every morning.
It's incredible. It's almost like stealing candy from a baby. You know, you go in every day and you do something that you would do for nothing. I hope the boss is not watching. You do it for nothing, and they pay you a nice living wage to do this. It's wonderful.
How'd you get started doing this?
I went to college at Baylor University in Waco, Texas. But even before that, at Linwood High School here in the Southern California area, I used to be a part of a thing they had called Radio Workshop. And I used to announce the football games on Friday night with an old-fashioned lavalier around my neck when I was in high school. I wanted to be in radio for years, and I went to Baylor basically because, number one, I thought I wanted to be a minister at that time, and number two, I wanted to be in radio. And they had both programs done. They had their own radio station. And I started at Baylor in the 60s, and I've been going at it ever since.
Football-wise, it seems like, you know, we talk about the different sports you do on KISS FM, and it seems like football and horse racing right up there. What are some of the sports that you really enjoy?
As far as being a participant, I tried to play football when I was in junior high school, and it lasted for one semester. I was just not built either mentally or emotionally for football. Two physical defects. I had no brains and no guts. Couldn't play football. I did play tennis in high school and college. And I played a little bit of basketball, junior varsity. That's about as good as I could be. As far as my sport, if you ask me what sport I would prefer over any other, I'd rather watch a tennis match between Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe than anything else, one-on-one, head-to-head. I just think the drama and the class of the athlete is incredible. Now, I love to watch a good football game, and as you know, I love the Raiders. To me, the Rams are a 9, the Raiders are an 11. I don't know why it is. I just have been captured by the mystique of the Raiders, and I died 1,000 deaths yesterday when they lost that ball game, gave it away. I love to see a good football game. I love to see a good baseball game, but I guess I'm not into baseball as much as I am football, college basketball, and tennis, professional tennis.
Okay, we've got a lot of people out there going to want to talk with Coach Charlie Wright and myself, and tonight's going to be kind of unique. Like I said, we're going to have open forum. So we'll give you the phone numbers right now so you can get a jump on it. You can talk to us about anything from baseball to football to basketball. We've got hockey. We've got a lot of college excuse me, sports coming up. And we also have horse racing, which if you tuned in earlier tonight at 7:30 on Monday and Tuesday, the coach hosts Racing from Oak Tree. The numbers in area code 714, it's 778-6789. In area code 213, and also 818, it's 520-2001. That's all you have to do is call those numbers, and you can talk to us about anything in the world of sports. The Raiders, yes, sir. Let's talk a little bit about them. We were watching the Chargers tonight. Boy, did they get trounced.
Chargers got trounced tonight. Raiders did not get trounced yesterday. The Herald Examiner this morning said, Raiders pathetic on the banner over the picture. That's not true. Raiders were not pathetic at all. They blew a game. They were disappointing. They could have won that game yesterday by 21 points, I thought. They were that much better than Denver on the field. But when you give a team 7 turnovers, it stops your drive to a touchdown. It sets up their drives for touchdowns. They just handed the game over on a silver platter. I'm really not in a panic situation, even though they're in second place. They're tied now with Seattle. They're a game behind Denver. Last year, Seattle beat us twice in the regular season. That was devastating. But when the chips were down in the playoffs, we blew them away. And I think that'll happen again this year to Denver.
You made mention of the Herald Examiner and the sports and some of the writers that they have. It's no secret that you sometimes have a little bit of controversy with them. Are the writers, just a little bit, but you look at some of the papers like that, and they really do. They seem to write it a little bit differently than a lot of us see it.
Okay, I love to dally with sports writers because, as you say, we see it a little differently, and there's an inherent jealousy, I think, between broadcast people and newspaper people. Howard Cosell's talked about it a lot. I found it to be true. A lot of people find it to be true, and I don't know why that is. I think I like the kind of job that I do on radio and television. They like the kind of job they do in the newspapers. I think there are some outstanding newspaper writers in this town. And I think, for instance, Doug Krikorian of the Herald Examiner is an exciting writer. I really love to, I look forward to him. Alan Malamud has a very good column in the Herald. I think the Herald has the best sports page in all of Southern California as far as identifying with the average sports fan right down there where they are. I love to read Jim Murray. I grew up on Jim Murray. I've read him for years. John Hall of the Orange County Register. I think the Orange County Register is also an outstanding sports section, and they do a super job as far as local sports are concerned. I really enjoy some of the sports writers in town, but some of them I think are overblown. I'll give you an example. I have been in the Raiders locker room where a guy from the LA Times, I'm not going to mention his name at this point, but he walked up to Howie Long. Howie and I were just chatting. He walked up to Howie Long and kind of waited, pitted around for a while and said, "Now I want to do an interview with you." So I stood there and listened while this guy interviewed him. And I heard the questions, and I heard the answers. And then I read the article the next day. And they had no relevance to each other that I could see.
Totally different.
It was totally different. The man had come up to Howie Long with a point to prove, trying to say he had a preconceived idea that the Raiders don't like Los Angeles. Otherwise, why would so many Raiders still live in Pennsylvania? Matt Millen lives in Philadelphia, and other ones still up in the Bay Area. And this guy wrote that, and that's not what Howie said. Howie had good answers, and most of the answers never made it. That this guy had a preconceived notion he was going to write about the Raiders don't like Los Angeles, and he wrote it, even though it was not a valid column.
Let's take the other medium real quick, television. We seem to have a wide variety here of sportscasters and people that have different opinions, and once again, it seems like it comes across differently.
I have a lot of fun talking about the TV guys because I like to say that most of the television guys don't have time to get scoops because they're too busy straightening their tie in front of the mirror. You know, they all have to be really good-looking guys. I poked a lot of fun at Scott St. James. I like to call him Scott St. Piscopo over at Channel 9 because I think he's kind of a buffoon, you know, the way Joe Piscopo is. I think they're kind of like each other. I can say that because Scott and I know each other, and I've told him that to his face. One of my favorites in town, of course, is Jim Hill. Jim does not take a lot of stands. You know, Jim looks like he's just stepped out of Gentleman's Quarterly, and he does a super job, and he's right down the middle. You know, he doesn't really take a lot of controversial stands. I love his backup man, Roy Firestone. I've said so on the air many times. Fred Rogan at Channel 4 is one of my favorites in town. And when we had a contest a year ago, we had a poll of the best and the worst in television sports, and the same guy won. Best and worst, Ted Dawson of Channel 7. He got most votes for the best and most votes for the worst. So that says something.
Unfortunately, a couple years ago, though, he was accused of, he probably voted himself for the best. Let's go to, we're going to be taking a break in just a second, but let's give you the phone numbers once again. We've got the coach, Charlie Wright, with us, and we're going to be talking sports with him for the next little while. Area code 714-778-6789. If you're in area code 213 or 818, it's the same number, 520-2001. We'll be back with the coach right after this.
I'll have lunch in the blue room.
Now, it's never been easier to change the color of your walls. Glidden Spread Wall Paint covers in one coat. And best of all, it's on sale for only $5.99.
Supper in the blue room, sir? Make it the red room. The red room.
Glidden Spread Wall makes changing your walls as easy as changing your mind. Buy Glidden Spread Wall for $5.99 and get a Kodomatic Party Star camera for $19.95.
You know, Zach Riol, after 28 years in business, people know that we stand for quality, price, and selection. Now, if you want to get the best prices for quality clothing, you've got to come down to Zach Riol. Do we have selections? Regular shorts and longs, portly shorts, portly regulars, portly longs, extra longs, cadets, you name it. We've got them at Zach Riol at prices you can't beat, quality the best. Come down and see us.
Hi, I'm Jerry Quarry, General Manager of American Mobile Homes Incorporated. Today in our RV section, we're showing you some wide bodies, some mini motor homes, and our luxury models. To let you know, we take consignments and trade-ins. The mobile home division is also offering great money-saving opportunities, featuring mobile homes from $20,000 to $80,000, all 1985 models just waiting for their first owner. More dollar-saving values available in bank repossessions and beautiful in-park resales. So why pay rent when you can be living in surroundings like this? Remember this, folks, with our vast sources of financing and your good credit, I'm sure we can work out a deal to fit your budget. That's American Mobile Homes Incorporated at 12200 Beach Boulevard in Garden Grove, or call 714-750-2666 or 213-617-7100.
Welcome back to Calling All Sports. I'm Bob Elder. With me tonight is the coach, Charlie Wright from KISS FM, and also right from here where he does racing from Santa Anita Monday and Tuesday nights at 7:30. Let's go to our first phone caller. It's Mo from Orange. Hi, Mo. You're on the air.
Hi, Bob. How's it going with you guys?
All right.
Good.
Okay, I just want to ask the coach, the Laker fans this year are looking at a veteran ball club. You know, the oldest guy's 27 on the Lakers, I think. So I want to ask about your opinion, Coach. What do you think Laker fans and the organization is going to be looking for a season from the Lakers?
Well, the Lakers, they're coming home now off a road opening, 2 straight losses. I think they're going to have a tough season. I love the Lakers, and I love to go out to the Forum. It's a great place to go if you have free passes. I love to go out there, and the Lakers are tough. They're going to be very tough this year. But we have a new team in town, the Clippers, and when you think about Bill Walton healthy for a whole season, I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's got to get sick, got to injure, sprain his ankle.
A lot of people
Something's
feel
going to
that
happen.
way.
Norm Nixon and Marcus Johnson. Boy, that's a combination. You know. And ticket prices are what, 1/3 of the Laker ticket prices.
Right.
The Lakers, they'll be good, but I don't know if they're good enough with Kareem to win it all. I'm just afraid that maybe they're not quite good enough to win it all.
Yeah.
The
thing I worry about is the fact that they didn't have the competition during training. And sometimes, I mean, that's been said a few times, but it just seems like it's healthy when you've got to cut 3 or 4 guys. It makes everybody else try a little bit differently, and they didn't have that, and maybe first 2 games showed that a little bit.
Well, Jamal Wilkes is back from last year, and I understand that from what I've heard down there at practice that he's going to be as good this year as he's ever been. He is ready to play, and he's put Worthy on the bench so far as a starter. So they're going to be tough, but we'll see how tough. I don't know.
Okay, let's go to our next phone call. It's Kenny from Upland. Hi, Kenny, you're on with us.
Hi, yes, how you doing?
Good.
I was wondering, how do you feel about the college top 20 polls? And is Willard Reitman, see Rick Dees?
Willard Wiseman?
Willard Wiseman.
Willard Wiseman is done by Rick Dees. That's correct. And Willard is about as effective as the polls, I think. I don't like the polls at all. I think they're ridiculous. I don't like them in politics. I don't like them in sports. You have a football game, 4th or 5th game into the season. You got Nebraska #1, and then Syracuse clobbers them, beats the tar out of them. So the next day, the polls come out, and Nebraska's still in the top 10, and Syracuse is not in the top 20. Now, how do you figure that out? They just beat them. Now, does that mean that it was a fluke? Does that mean they didn't deserve the win? See, the polls are ridiculous. What we need is a national playoff in college football to guarantee that we know exactly who is #1, no doubt about it. No AP versus UPI versus Sports Illustrated. I don't like the polls at all.
Especially a lot of people around here don't, because Cal State Fullerton's still having trouble cracking that top 20. And
they will, too. They will, too, because of the caliber of the caliber of teams that they play is very good. But people in the Midwest and the East don't know that.
Right. Okay, let's go to our next phone caller. It's Pete from Highland Park. Hi, Pete, you're on with us.
How you doing, fellas? Listen, my question is to Charlie Wright. A couple of months ago, I was reading in the papers that you were taking a lot of heat that you're not reporting the sports the way it happens. You're more interested in furthering your career than actually accuracy in reporting. How do you feel about that?
Well, you're referring to a column by Bob, I call him Bob Kaiser in the Herald Examiner, who interviewed me and took a couple of things I said totally out of context, which is the way he likes to write. And I just have to ask you, do you listen to me in the mornings? And if you do, then you can make up your own mind whether that's true or not. My answer to you would be that I'm probably the least ambitious person in radio and television in Los Angeles. I just love to go in and do what I do.
You think a lot of times it's, well, you know, when the show is on top, when you're at the top-rated station, on the top show right now, it's always one way is down, everybody's trying to pull you that way?
Bob Kaiser came in and said he wanted to interview me. And so we sat down, and the first thing he said when we started to talk, he said, I want you to know right off the bat, I don't like you. I don't like your work. I don't like what you do. I said, that's interesting. That's nice. I hope you write a fair column. He did not. As simple as that. I would just suggest that that people should just listen in the morning in case they make up their own minds.
Okay, let's go to our next phone caller. It's from Los Angeles. It's Frank. Hi, Frank. You're on with us.
Hello. I want to say I enjoy all your shows. And my question to the coach is, first of all, does he really think, or what's his view on the USFL, if he thinks it's going to succeed, and in particularly the Express? I know that they're going to sell the team, but is it going to stay in LA? Because personally, you know, I'm a Express fan, and I want to see if he thinks that the league is going to succeed or not.
All right. Yes, I think it's going to succeed. Maybe not in Los Angeles because there's so much to do here. It's hard to draw people out for springtime football. And if they change to the fall, we're going to have 3 teams in Southern California competing, professional teams. That's going to be very tough. The LA Express has already been sold. We have a new owner. And he has already said publicly that he's going to leave the team in Los Angeles. I hope he does. I think the LA Express is potentially one of the 2 or 3 best teams in football. Not this year, but within the next 2 to 3 years. They have talent. Those guys that are running the Express that have in the past couple of years, Sid Gilman and Don Klosterman, John Hadel, these guys know how to pick talent, how to coach talent. They have a very good ball club. It's going to be an outstanding ball club if it can stay together. Now, I think that the league will make it. It's making it in several of the cities right now because in some of the cities, like Birmingham and some of the other cities, there's nothing else to do but go to the football game there. And in those kind of cities, they're selling 50 and 60,000 seats per game. Here we're getting 9, 10, 11, 12,000, you know, at the Coliseum for the Express. I hope that improves. They might have to merge in order to be successful eventually. Another year or 2, they might have to merge maybe the top 8 teams or merge the entire USFL into about 6 or 8 teams and then join the NFL. I'm not sure how it'll happen, but a lot of these teams and players will continue to play football either in the USFL or as a part of the new NFL.
Got to be impressed with Steve Young.
Oh, Steve Young is a marvelous football player. But there's a lot of talent on that team. Right. It's young and raw, and I hope they have a chance to develop.
Okay, let's go to our next phone caller. Larry from San Pedro. Hi, you're on with us.
Hi, Charlie. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Larry.
I love your show. I listen to Liz Rudburns and Rick Dees and you every morning. And I noticed that you use a lot of Howard Cosell.
Yes.
And I miss Howard on Monday Night Football. On Monday Night Football every week, and I just wondered what you thought of that.
Yes, I miss him too. I think we were talking about that earlier tonight. Dandy Don is fine, and I think that, contrary to all the complaints that I've heard, I think O.J. does a fine job as a color man. I have no problems with him at all. I think he shows insight. I think he has shown some real guts in some of the things that he said, what he said about Tom Landry 2 weeks ago, changing his defense, getting out of the flex. But I miss that, what do you want to call it, that thing that Howard used to add. Whatever it was, you know. People hated him, and now that he's gone, people miss him. I hear a lot of people say that they miss him. Monday nights are not the same. Now, they could have used him tonight. You see, that was a boring ball game. In one shot tonight, they had Dandy Don and O.J. with their heads together like this, just pretending to be asleep. And it was that kind of a game. They said, oh, are they still playing? Howard would have made that a much better game tonight to listen to and to watch once it got out of hand and Seattle got so far ahead.
This keeps up. Do you think there's any chance at all he'll come back?
No.
None at all.
I asked him that personally. I ran into him at the radio broadcasting convention downtown at the Biltmore. He said, absolutely not. He said, I will not. And in fact, they've already made an appeal to him. ABC this year has made it a personal appeal to him. And he said he just owes it to his family. He wants to be with his grandchildren, and he's got enough going on in his life now. He's not going to come back. Maybe his ego is so large that it wouldn't let him come back now.
Yeah, that could be, too. We've got the coach, Charlie Wright, with us. We've got open forum. We hope you're enjoying it. We've got to take a break. When we come back, we'll have more phone calls right after this. Stay with us.
Most people are so busy making a living, they don't have any time to make real money.
William Joseph has built a real estate empire from his simple step-by-step formulas of obtaining 100% financing. Find out how you, too, can become financially independent.
Don't miss the free 90-minute lecture and see how you can learn 25 ways to get 100% financing, how to buy properties using none of your own money, legally reduce your income taxes, get 200 to 500% return on your money, plus much more. Attend the free 90-minute lecture at the following locations.
For a complete schedule of this week's locations, call toll-free 1-800-421-5300, operator R104. Call now and be on your way to more financial success. That number again, 1-800-421-5300, operator R104. The call is free, and the information could change your life. The number again, 1-800-421-5300, operator R104.
Here's Cal Worthington and his dog Spot.
If you need a car, truck, Gussie Cal.
If you want to save money, Gussie Cal.
If you want a brand new Dodge in your driveway or garage, Gussie Cal, Gussie Cal, Gussie Cal.
Hey, let me tell you about the new way, the only way to get into a brand new car. It's called the Worthington Lease Purchase Plan. Here's the way it works. Look, I'll sell you this brand new Dodge Conquest for $1 over the factory invoice, or I'll lease it to you for no money down, $267 a month, and I'll make the first payment for you. Now, during the lease or at the end of the lease, you can pay the small residual balance, and you own the car anyway. Say you'll hear, brand new Dodge Omni, sell it to you $1 over the factory invoice, or lease it to you, no money down, $170 a month. We'll make the first payment for you. A brand new Dodge Charger, $1 over the factory invoice, or I'll lease it to you, no money down, $183 a month. We'll make the first payment for you. Let's talk about it. Call us collect. Pick up the phone. We'd love to talk to you. Pick up the phone. Call us collect. Worthington Dodge, Huntington Beach, open to midnight. See you here.
Southern California, hamburger capital of the world. Home of the double-double burger from In-N-Out. When Southlanders want quality they can taste, they drop in at In-N-Out Burger.
Hi, I'd like a double-double to go.
Cooked to order, 2 all-beef patties with cheese. Fresh ingredients at every step. Another double-double is on its way.
In-N-Out, that's what a hamburger is all about.
Welcome back to Calling All Sports on this Monday night. We've got the coach, Charlie Wright from KISS FM here with us, and we're having open forum talking about anything and everything in the world of sports, as we're going to do right now with Tom from Riverside. Hi, Tom, you're on with us.
Hi, how you doing, Coach?
Hi, Tom.
I just want to tell you, every morning I start my day listening on KISS FM. I think you do a fantastic job. I couldn't go through the day without starting it with you.
Thanks.
I had just one question I've been curious about for a long time. I noticed during baseball season you really give Tommy Lasorda a hard time on your show a lot, kind of kidding him and calling Tommy Lasagna.
Right.
Do you really feel he does that bad a job, or is that just kind of kidding around?
A little bit of both. Tommy's a very colorful guy, very outspoken. We wound up on the same dais, believe it or not. I was the MC and he was the head speaker, and he didn't laugh at any of my jokes, I'll tell you that. I think that Tommy is an overrated manager, I'll be honest with you. I think Tommy's overrated. I think he has a role to play. I think he ought to be treated the same way people said John McEnroe ought to be treated. I think they ought to deal with Tommy the way they're saying they ought to deal with McEnroe, because I don't like his mouth. You know, and that's just the way he is. I mean, he's just that kind of a person. I think that a lot of the key management decisions with the Dodgers are made by Monty Basgall and others rather than Tommy. I don't think Tommy is very good at handling his pitchers. Oh, you asked me, so I'm telling you. Now, let me tell you about Tommy Lasagna. I invented a name for Tommy Lasorda. I have a lot of names. Remember Ray Maladjusted and Georgia Frontenreri and Tommy Lasagna. These were names that just seemed to lend themselves to some characters in the world of sports, all right? Now, with Tommy, it was about 2 years ago, and I ran into him for the first time at a banquet down at Tranny's in San Pedro, and he said, you know, I love what you say about me. I said, Tommy, well, you can't love it. I say a lot of negative things. But he said, I don't care what you say. I love the Tommy Lasagna. Just get my name right, he said, you know. Okay. So then he told some other people in town, friends of mine who were sports guys, what a jerk I was for calling him Tommy Lasagna. But he told me to my face that he didn't mind it. Okay, that's all right. Now I read in the USA Today that on the Saturday morning cartoon shows, there's a new character who's a little short, dumpy, it's a cartoon character, a little short, dumpy baseball manager, and his name's going to be Tommy Lasagna. And who do you think does the voice for it? Tommy Lasorda.
Oh,
he's going to get paid to go do the actual voice, dub in the voice for the cartoon of Tommy Lasagna. My name that he didn't like. I thought about suing, but I guess it'd be stupid, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I guess a little bit, huh?
What the heck?
Hey, we all know where it started. Let's go to Daryl from Los Angeles. Hi, Daryl, you're on with us.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Listen, I have a question to Charlie about the Rams.
Yes.
And I'm a big Ram fan and have been for many years.
And I was wondering what you think of Rams prospects are for this year and in the future, and what do you think about their defense, where I think their biggest problem lies, especially up in all of their defensive line, and especially at one cornerback spot, namely Leroy Irvins.
All right, I grew up with the Rams. I'm a huge, gigantic, wonderful Rams fan, historically. I go way back to the days of Waterfield and Van Brocklin and Fears when they used to win games 72-0 in front of 90,000 people in the LA Coliseum. I grew up in Southern California, and I was a Rams fan like you wouldn't believe ever since they moved here from Cleveland. Now, I lost track of them a little bit after Mr. Rosenblum died. And when Georgia was running the team for a couple of years there, it seemed like a zoo. It just seemed like a zoo. And the Rams were downhill. The greatest move she ever made, I think, was to hire John Robinson. I think he's a superhuman being. I think he's a super coach. He's a super PR man. And you notice what he's done? He's put Georgia on the back burner somewhere. She didn't have to come out in public, and the sports reporters can't nail her on trick questions, and they can't tease her, and they can't write about her, and they don't. They write about Robinson and the Rams now and the football that they're playing. So I think the Rams, in my mind, have made a comeback. Now, as far as their problems, I think they have a problem. I don't think Leroy Irvin's a problem for me. I think Leroy Irvin's a fine football player. And he's certainly a fine gentleman, and I've met him, and we played a little basketball together in the off-season. I don't think that's the Rams' problem. The Rams do not have a great pass rush. That's a serious problem. The Rams have a problem when Eric Dickerson can't run. The Rams don't seem to move. For instance, yesterday, Dickerson was hindered with that toe, I guess. He couldn't cut. He didn't seem like he could really get off the dime. And as a result, Jeff Kemp couldn't pass. The passing game went down. And they had a few men open, and Kemp couldn't hit him yesterday. Now, if you can't run, you can't pass in the NFL. And I think that what you told me about Nolan and some of these other Rams players, they don't even want to look back at yesterday. Let's just forget that game and go straight ahead and do the best we can. And John Robinson's the kind of a guy that'll put the pieces back together. He really will.
The Rams going to have a quarterback controversy, you think? You think yesterday, I guess my question is, yesterday, like you said, they took Dickerson's run away, and all of a sudden the real pressure hit on Kemp. And maybe a Ferragamo, who's a veteran, could have picked that apart a little bit. I think maybe Kemp saw his first real pressure yesterday.
Yeah, he did see his first real pressure yesterday, but I don't think that if Vince had been in there, he'd have done much better. I really don't. Vince did not show me this year that he was really on. He's not the same Vince that I knew before that led the Rams to the Super Bowl. Something is not right in his attitude or his mind or something. Something's missing there. I could be wrong. I'm just trying to read from a distance, and I haven't talked to him personally about this. But he doesn't seem like the same quarterback, even before the injury, as he was before when they went to the Super Bowl with him. I think Kemp will stay in there the rest of the season.
Really?
And do well, yeah.
That would surprise me a little bit. Not because we've got the show and stuff, but I think a lot of it
Won't you be surprised if Vince even comes back, though? That injury is more serious than I thought.
Well, I think the hand injury is as serious as I think the knuckle is. And the knuckle's the one they discovered afterwards.
Yeah.
Let's go to some more phone calls. Interesting. Greg from Fountain Valley. Hi, you're on with us.
Hi, how are you tonight, Coach?
Fine. It's fine, Greg.
I was at the game yesterday when the Rams got blown out 33-0. And I witnessed what I thought was one of the best quarterback performances I've ever seen by Joe Montana. And I hear a lot about Darren Marino, who I think is a good quarterback also, but I really think Joe Montana is the best quarterback in the NFL. What do you think?
Well, Marino's having maybe one of the best years in the NFL in a long, long time. But when he has done it as many years as Montana has done it, then you can say he's as good as Montana. I agree with you. I think Montana probably is the premier quarterback in the league right now.
Okay, very good. Let's go to our next phone call. Ed from Baldwin Park. Hi, Ed, you're on with us.
How you doing, Coach?
Hey.
How you been?
Good. How are you?
All right. I want to ask you a question.
All right.
What do you think about the AstroTurf? Do you think that's causing more injuries to football players?
I don't think that's an opinion. I think it's a fact. I think just that people are getting all kind of knee problems and turf toe and stepping into seams and cutting. And, you know, I watched the team tonight, Seattle, that looks pretty strong. How strong would they be if they had Kurt Warner?
That's right.
And he got his foot caught in an AstroTurf, maybe not AstroTurf, but an artificial turf. They're not all AstroTurf. I understand there's a move to try to change that. There's a move to try to go back to grass everywhere that's possible. And the Players Association is even prepared to urge the owners around the league to develop a grass-growing substance of some kind inside the indoor stadiums.
Wow, that's something else.
Yeah, it would be.
Trying to really revolutionize things. Let's go to the next phone caller. Bill from Glendale. Hi, you're on with us. Go ahead, Bill.
Bill, you there?
Come on, Bill.
Hello.
Hi.
This is to the coach. I'm a horse fan. Let's change the subject here. do you think the feud between Hollywood Park and Santa Anita has anything to do with not continuing the racing from Hollywood Park? And can you shed some light on that situation, please?
No. The feud between the management of Hollywood Park and the management of Santa Anita is like Israel and the Arabs, I guess. You know, it goes way, way back, long before the television show started. And it really has nothing to do with the television show itself. It just has to do with personalities and concepts and philosophies. And I have no real insight into it at all. I love both of those racetracks. Hollywood Park's making some dramatic changes in the physical plant that's going to be fascinating. But with all those changes, I love Santa Anita. I love the tradition of Santa Anita and the beauty of it and the location there. I hope they both continue to thrive. And it would be nice if they could bury the hatchet and cooperate a little bit more, but that may never happen.
Coach, thank you very much for coming down here tonight. You're down here every Monday and Tuesday night doing the Oak Tree racing. We appreciate that very much, of course. And best of luck doing everything you're doing, especially in that show in the morning. You know, because I know you got to get up early, so it's nice of you to stay up late tonight and join us. But thank you very much. I look forward to having you on again sometime.
Enjoyed it, Bob. Thanks.
Great. We've got Barbie Mitchell coming up. You saw some of her strokes a little earlier. You're going to get a chance to talk with her, and she's going to be showing you exactly what happened at that celebrity tournament. Also, Jim Rafalo will be joining us, and the athletic director from Chapman right after this. Stay with us.
Tax Savings, Tim Weissenen.
Have you looked at your paycheck lately? Is a large percentage of your income going to federal and state income taxes? If so, you may want to make an appointment with American Tax Savings. The most pleasant part of my job is giving people hope, letting them know that through proper financial planning, they can reduce their income taxes and reach their financial goals.
Hi, Art Villa here at Pro Express in Montebello. Got a job that requires more tackle than fumble? Call for the pros. Our 5.5 acres of radio dispatch units serve 413 Southern California cities, daily, direct, and overnight. So when you're ready for the kickoff on LTL, truckload, or harbor moves, call the pros. That's your first move. Pro Express will make the rest. 213-726-2147, 714-522-5261. Call now.
Southern California, hamburger capital of the world. Home of the double-double burger from In-N-Out. When Southlanders want quality they can taste, they drop in at In-N-Out Burger.
Hi, I'd like a double-double to go.
Cooked to order, 2 all-beef patties with cheese. Fresh ingredients at every step. Another double-double is on its way.
In-N-Out, that's what a hamburger is all about.
The Cadillac of tomorrow is here. Feel the spirit. A new spirit of luxury car. Aerodynamically stunning as well as efficient. A new responsiveness. A new comfort. The real spirit of tomorrow is in Cadillac. The spirit of Cadillac is at McLean, downtown Santa Ana at 2nd and Main.
Pacific Transmissions, Orange County's automatic transmission specialist. Pacific Transmissions with free estimates and 1-day service. Be sure to ask about our nationwide guarantee, 24 months, 24,000 miles on most cars. Pacific Transmissions will also install clutches, and we offer complete muffler service. Don't trust your car with anyone else. Pacific Transmissions, 837 East Orangethorpe, 1 block west of Raymond and Anaheim. Call us at 992-4080. That's 992-4080. Pacific Transmissions.
Welcome back to Calling All Sports. You know, athletes a lot here in Southern California and around sort of get a bad rap sometimes. They're the overpaid millionaires or close to millionaires who do everything for themselves and none for anybody else. Well, we've got quite a few athletes that live in Southern California. They play other areas, but they also live here that do a lot for charity. And right about this time, there's a lot of golf tournaments that go on. Our buddy Ed Arnold from another station, well, we can say Channel 7, had a tournament last week. Today was the Don Baylor Bobby Gritch tournament for cystic fibrosis. Excuse me, next week, the March of Dimes for Doug DeCinces, and the list goes on and on. Every Monday or Tuesday, they have a tournament of which they give a lot of time and a lot of effort for a lot of good causes. And Barbie Mitchell had a chance, excuse me, boy, I'm losing it. Barbie Mitchell had a chance today to go out for that Baylor Grits tournament, and you'll get a chance to see some of her strokes, and this is the way it went today.
Baseball season's been over for a good 2 weeks now, yet the work of an athlete is rarely finished. In this case, it's a pitch for charity in the Don Baylor Bobby Grich 7th Annual Michelob Celebrity Golf Classic to benefit the children of cystic fibrosis.
Well, we've done this for the last 7 years here in Southern California. It's for cystic fibrosis. All the proceeds go to research for cystic fibrosis, and we've really gotten ourselves involved in something good with Major League Baseball, where we have 24 out of the 26 Major League clubs involved in cystic fibrosis. And last year, in home runs alone, we did $300,000 for cystic fibrosis.
How do you get all these guys? You spend so much time yourself, I know, playing baseball, and how do you find the time to devote yourself to something like this?
We just have so many great people that played in this thing for 6 consecutive years, and they keep coming back every year, and they say this is the best tournament I've ever attended, and each year it gets larger and larger, and we have to move from one 18-hole golf course to a 27-hole golf course, and it's just, I love it, and it's been very good to me, very rewarding, because some of the kids that you do meet, they're outstanding, and you can never know that they do have cystic fibrosis, that, you know, they're filled with warmth and love, and my problems 0 for 4, 0 for 5 during the day when I'm playing baseball, it does not matter.
310 people gathered at Los Coyotes Country Club to join in the fight against cystic fibrosis, and a big part of the draw was due in part to the athletes and celebrities who donated their time for a worthy cause.
The good Lord's given us, I know myself, a healthy career. It's given myself a healthy family, 4 healthy children. And basically, I feel when I can put something back into the community, and what you do, you end up falling in love with these kids that have cystic fibrosis. And you know, I'm involved in a lot of other things, hemophilia, and a lot of diseases that kids are not able to go out and play golf or play baseball because of these diseases. And if we can bring them to a ball game or raise money to find a cure, that's what I want to do.
It's a lot of fun for the players, number one, to see each other, you know, the guys who we compete with or against all season long, and you come out here and you laugh at each other as you try to play these courses, and it's always for a good cause, and we have a lot of fun doing it.
You play baseball most of the year. Now, how good can you be on the golf course?
It takes a while, believe me. This is only my 3rd time out, so I wouldn't want to have a gallery out here. They'd have to have helmets on.
So while some of these guys aren't quite as much of a hit on the golf course as they are on the baseball field, you can bet they're a hit with all those who benefit from the money raised through charitable events like these. Barbie Mitchell for KDOC Sports at Los Coyotes Country Club.
Now, Barbie and I won't tell you how we did, because it was one of those best balls where everybody hits, you go scramble around, you get it, but we did okay, and our thanks to all the nice people at Cystic Fibrosis for letting us go out there and film that. Now, speaking of good causes, we have with us right now the athletic director over at Chapman College, Walt Bowman. And Walt, it's a pleasure to have you on the show, but really not for the reason you're here, because you've had sort of a tragedy happen over at Chapman College, and you're going to tell us about it.
Right, we have one of our former players, Carlos Alvarez, who is a local fella here, went to Kennedy High School, and 2 weeks ago was up doing what they call rock scrambling. And during this time, he and a friend who was killed in the accident fell 150 feet over a cliff. And Carlos today is in a hospital up at Doctor's Clinic up in Modesto. He's in a coma. They've just taken him off of a respirator. They list them, as they do most of the victims of this type of an accident, in stable condition. And stable, for those of us who are quickly finding out what it means that there is no good news and no bad news, and every day is the same. And of course, because of the local media and a number of the other things, we have started a fund to help the family out. Carlos is 24, had no insurance himself. He was too old to be on his folks' insurance. And at the present time, we don't know whether California Medicare is going to step forward. We're hoping that in another month, we're going to be able to, with the family, transport the young man down here to UCI. These are all questions at the present time. And what we're trying to do is just to raise the level of concern, and for the many who are going to be out there to say, if this is something that you would like to be involved in, at least through my office, we're coordinating this for Carlos, former soccer player at the college.
Why don't you give us the phone numbers, because we'll also put it up on the screen for the people out there, because it seems like when problems happen in Orange County, and I can think back of, I'll say, Fullerton, when they had that tragedy with their coaches several years ago, and it seems like they always rally around. Hopefully this will be no exception, that people are going to come to Carlos's
Well, I think they will. I already had one check come in the mail today for $25 after reading an article in the newspaper. But the number is 714-997-5781, and I know that I speak on behalf of the family and the many students at Chapman College. For those that have been blessed and have an opportunity, if you would just simply care to participate in this, if you would send it to me, care of Chapman College, and I will certainly see that it reaches the Alvarez family.
We'll keep a track of that, and you let us know what else we can do, and we'll be more than happy to give you all the assistance we can. And soon, next couple of weeks, I want to have you back on, along with your new basketball coach, and talk about that program you've got over there at Chapman, because it's really exciting.
Great. We will look forward to that, and thanks for the evening and having me here now.
Great. We'll do a little happier occasion. Remember, we'll put up the number again in just a little while. If you need that number, you can give us a call here at KDOC during the day, or call Chapman College. It's a good cause, and everybody in Southern California, Orange County, rally around it. Speaking of Orange County, Cal State Fullerton now 9-0. We went to the Voice of the Fan yesterday to find out, should that team be rated in the top 20?
That is bad. That is really bad. No. They're 9-0, 8-0 right now. And they should be ranked.
They should definitely be in the top 20. They're one of the most underrated teams in the country, and Damon Allen's by far one of the best. Yeah, he's one of the best athletes there is in the country these days. He's better than Marcus Allen as far as athletics go.
Oh, I would say deserving of a ranking, but not within the top 20.
I think they should be ranked in the top 20.
Absolutely. Sports Illustrated has them 20.
Cal State Fullerton is ranked 9-0 this year. I mean they're 9-0 this year, and they're not ranked. What do you guys think about that?
Terrible injustice. Cal State Fullerton 9-0 right now. Marcus Allen's brother, quarterback. They played the top competition around here. They're beating them bad. They should be ranked, in my opinion, in the top 10.
Fullerton's a good team, and Fullerton deserves to be ranked. If you can rank BYU, why can't you rank Fullerton? Fullerton's got more going for him than BYU has, or Utah State, or New Mexico, or any place else.
Saddleback presents the spirit, a spirit you can feel. Feel it in the professionalism that's been a hallmark for over 45 years at McLean. Enjoy the extra effort afforded customer satisfaction. The new Spirit is the Cadillac of tomorrow, and McLean is the place to purchase or lease that spirit. McLean Cadillac, 2nd and Main in downtown Santa Ana.
Redevelopment. It's the fight against blight, and it's reached a fever pitch in Orange County. Hello, I'm Debbie Hickman, and all next week on the Channel 56 News, I'll be reporting on Orange County's redevelopment activity. It's rejuvenating sagging neighborhoods, but costing the county millions in property tax dollars. Also, a look at the concern for those who are displaced and at those for whom the fight against blight has yet to begin. Redevelopment in Orange County, all next week on the Noon Report with Michelle Merker and the 11 o'clock news with Steve Grace here on Channel 56.
I think I'll have lunch in the blue room.
Now, it's never been easier to change the color of your walls. Glidden Spread Wall Paint covers in one coat. And best of all, it's on sale for only $5.99.
Supper in the blue room, sir. Make it the red room. The red room.
Glidden Spread Wall makes changing your walls as easy as changing your mind. Buy Glidden Spread Wall for $5.99 and get a Kodomatic Party Star camera for $19.95.
Hi, I'm Tony Hoffman. I'm host of Real Estate, the Investment of the 80s, and you don't want to miss my next show because I've got 4 superstars on with me, and they're going to show you how to use Uncle Sam's help to buy real estate in the 80s. I've got Wayne Phillips, I've got Irene and Mike Milan, and I've got Joe Land. 4 experts. They are really going to do it. They're going to show you how they've done it, and more important, how you can do it. Be there. It's going to be an exciting show.
Watch Tony Hoffman's Real Estate, the Investment of the 80s on Monday at 1 a.m.
Welcome back to Calling All Sports, and now our favorite segment, especially the ones for all the Servite High School football players. That's when we bring out my buddy Jim Ruffalo. And boy, did I do a dirty one the other night to you. I brought all the kids. We were doing the game with Sunny Hills and Fullerton the other night. At halftime, I'm down there. There's about 3 of the Servite players who probably are going to call in, and they all go, "Where's Ruffalo?" And I said, "Oh, that's Jim Ruffalo." And so we brought him up there anyway. Regardless of that segment of the game, we had a good one the other night. A total surprise to me. Fullerton just shocked Sunny Hills.
Well, Fullerton just took total control of the pit, the line, and we call it the pit because we don't know any better, I guess.
That's true.
But every play was they'd snap the ball, and the play began about 1.5 yards past the ball with Fullerton surging out there. I don't know what happened to Sunny Hills. I doubt that one guy missing could mean that much.
Right.
Just Fullerton looked like it was a little angry after losing to La Harbor the week before. I would hate to play Fullerton on that particular night.
It's going to be difficult. Now, we want to make an adjustment, too. Last week on Friday, we were telling you that we were going to have Montclair and Diamond Bar on for our game of the week next Friday night. But unfortunately, because of lighting conditions and also no press box and a few other things, we aren't able to do that game, so we've had to switch. And we apologize to all the people out in Diamond Bar and Montclair, but hopefully in the playoffs we get a little bit different situation. Maybe we can put the game on. But we've got a good one for you, Jimmy. It's going to be Loera and Esperanza, and they're going to be going for the Empire League Championship.
Well, they could be playing for the Empire League Championship, no question about it. If Loera wins, and Loera upset Esperanza 2 years ago in the exact same situation, so Pete Yoder and the Aztecs, be careful out there. Herb Hill, he's only got about 28 players left, but he's doing a heck of a job with them this year, and it's going to be a very good game. It will not be like the game we saw on the Monday Night Football by any stretch of the imagination.
It's going to be a lot better, so we invite you to make sure you put in your plans. It's going to be from 9 to 11. It'll be Loera and Esperanza. We'll also replay it, as we always do on Saturdays, from 3:30 to 5:30. And then 1 week from then, on November the 8th, we're going to tape the game for you, and that is going to be Servite Mater Dei, the Holy War, as you nicknamed it several years ago. That should be exciting. So that's the game we're going to have November 8th, and hopefully we'll be able to do something with the playoffs. That's still trying to be worked out with the CIF. Let's go right now to the Orange County Top 10. We always sneak preview it for you every Monday night. And Jimmy, take it through us.
Well, Foothill's still #1, but you see Esperanza skated up to #2. Servite after that big win over Bishop Amat, and if Eric Bouchel calls tonight, I'm not in. Remember that. Valencia drops from 2nd to 4th, and yet won a big game this week. I can't figure it out. Edison right there in 5th place has a big game this week. El Medina 6th, Fountain Valley 7th, Saddleback, which we saw, and I still think is a great, great team. And Pacifica and Newport Harbor finally cracked the top 10.
So there you see all the top ones that we're going to have. Those are the top 10 from Orange County. And there's a lot of good schools out there. And I tell you what, Jimmy, some exciting football coming up, especially the playoffs. We're getting excited about that.
Well, it was Servite beating Bishop Amat that throws a whole new light on the Big Five. And you've got, still have great teams in the Central Conference, La Mirada, Valencia, Fullerton. I mean, that's going to be a great playoff. And then who's going to beat Foothill? That's another question. So, yes, the playoffs are going to be very good this year.
Playoffs are good, and every game we have has seemed to have been a good one. And every week we have the offensive and defensive players of the week. In-N-Out Hamburgers, our partners, always give a nice plaque, trophy to the people that are the offensive and defensive players. And remember, at the end of the year, we'll be giving a $1,000 award to the team, to the athletic department of the boys' school that they will get. So that's another award we're giving. And let's go see who won last week's award with Jim Ruffalo.
Okay, here we are with the offense and defensive player of the week. In-N-Out gives him another award this week. We have Rich Garcia on offense. He did just about everything tonight, recovered 2 fumbles. Rich, you guys did nothing fancy on the line. At least that's what it looked to me. It looked like everybody just stood straight up, pushed them straight out, and the backs took off. Was that about it?
That was our game plan. I had these big monsters being in front of me, and they were blowing up in the holes.
Obviously, you guys are not fans of the old KISS group. You wear that war paint for a reason. What is it?
Special occasions, special games, CIF, rivalries.
And this was a special game, right?
This is a rivalry.
And on defense, David McKinnon, who blocks out the sun. Good thing he's standing there, because I couldn't get him. David, what was the plan defensively tonight?
Just to suck it up and determination and whoever wants it the most.
And it looked like Fullerton won it. And with us tonight, we have, I got to look at the name because he knew Bob Layton, the manager, in and out. Bob, you got some plaques for the boys, right?
Oh, yeah. First of all, it's an honor and a privilege to be here tonight representing In-N-Out Burgers and handing out these Offensive and Defensive Player of the Game awards. I have here a plaque and some gift certificates to be handed out to the Booster Club. And first of all, for offense, to Rich. Thank you, Rich. It was a nice game.
Thank you, sir.
And for defense.
Good job, Lenny!
Again.
Playoffs, that's why there's so much pressure. The Rams, at least, are headed in the right direction. They're 7-4 right now, and even though they really can't hope to win their division, with 5 games left, they are in excellent shape for a wild card berth. Of the 5 games they have left, 3 of them, Tampa Bay, New Orleans, and Houston, are almost sure wins for the Rams. San Francisco is an almost sure loss. That makes this Sunday's game with these guys, Green Bay, crucial. A loss will probably leave the Rams at 10-6 and doubtful. A win makes them 11-5 and almost certain for the playoffs.
What we have to do is just do what we've been doing all along, not give up the big play, and if they try and throw in the knee, try and come up and make good, sure physical tackles.
I think what they try and make you do is become impatient. Press the ball downfield, and then they're going to tip it and try and get an interception. So the challenge for us certainly is make sure our running game is working, but in our passing game, take what they give us. And we will try and press it downfield some, but not into zones that they have covered.
In college football, this Saturday's crosstown rivalry has lost a little luster with the Rose Bowl already decided. But after 2 straight losses to the Bruins, there's still plenty of luster for Trojan coach Ted Tollner.
Achieve something early in your season that you're after. Now what do you do if there's still some remainder of your season? So we've had a long discussion as a team and a staff. Now, here's the things that we can still accomplish. Let's forget about what's been accomplished. Let's not be satisfied with that. And if we're going to be satisfied with that, we're going to get defeated the rest of the way out. Let's put that aside. We've accomplished that. Now let's find a way to try to accomplish more. I think our football team has the mentality and the character to understand that, and I think they desire to want to achieve more. I think we're back down to earth again, and now the Bruins are the most important thing on our mind.
You'll probably never find our high school honoree ever playing for either USC or UCLA. Fullerton senior David Sepulveda is supposedly too small for the major colleges, and he may be at 5'8", 150 pounds, but boy, can he catch passes. Last Friday night, Sepulveda caught an incredible 26 passes for 217 yards and 2 touchdowns. This from a guy who certainly isn't big and not even very fast.
Well, I think the disciplined pass routes that he runs and the fine hands, and he's just a great kid, an unselfish kid, and he's a real team leader for us. And I think all that attributes to his success.
Sepulveda, who carries a 3.2 grade point average, has caught 61 passes for 759 yards so far this year. How does he do it?
Well, we throw the ball a lot. That's the main thing. It's our game plan going into the game to throw the ball.
All right, what did you do to get open so much?
Basic patterns, put a few moves on here and there, and it just happened.
You make it sound easy.
It was, kind of, I guess.
David Sepulveda, doing it the easy way, whose 26 receptions broke the CIF record, picks up the trophy as our KABC TV High School Athlete of the Week. Meanwhile, in baseball, the managerial musical chairs continued in the majors today.
The Mondale trade insults. And in New York, there's a new school for entrepreneurs. I'll have those stories plus sports and the weather on the 11 o'clock news next. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Calling All Sports. We're going to go open forum with Jim Ruffalo, and I know there's a lot of people out there around Servite that would like to call and talk with him. Anyway, let's go to the first caller. It's Bill from Anaheim. Hi, Bill. You're on the air with us.
How's it going? I got a question for Jim.
Okay.
Okay. What do you think of Western, and what do you think their chances are this year?
I thought more of Western chances before last week when Anaheim took the victory bell away from them. They're bound to have a bad team. Pardon me, not a bad team. They're bound to have a bad game. Everybody does in 10 games. I think that they'll come back. I think Valencia's in for a lot of trouble this week. I am not predicting a Tiger loss, but I think Valencia and Western might be a pretty good game this week to see.
Should be a good one. That's on Thursday, right?
It is Thursday. Too bad. If it were Friday.
We could possibly consider that one. Let's go to our next phone caller. It's Jim from Placentia. Hi, Jim. You're on with us.
Hi, Jim.
Howdy.
How you doing?
Howdy.
I'm Jim Fairley. I'm from Surrey High School. I play linebacker.
I'm not in.
Here's your Surrey call for tonight.
I'm not in.
Basically, I know you're not real favorable to Surrey, it seems like. But when you are, you basically lean towards the offense. How do you rate our defense?
You have Val Macy, Lombardo, some of those guys. That's a young defense, but I tell you, it's a good defense. It's a quick defense. More important, it seems to be coached on the field, and not so much somebody on the sidelines yelling to it, but they can seemingly adjust on one play where Bishop Amat could not adjust to Servite's long passes until the second half, and that's the difference between the two teams. One could adjust from play to play. The other one needed a 15-minute conference with a coach.
True, and all you people out there from Servite, remember, I said you guys would win. Tom from Sherman Oaks, how you on with us?
Hi, how you doing? I got a question for either one of you.
Okay.
Is the blackout rules for the Coliseum, I heard it was 92.5 for a sellout, and yesterday they had over 91,000 people, at the gate. And who does it, Al Davis or the Coliseum management? Who sets these rules and regulations for blackouts?
You want to go ahead?
Well, first of all, it matters not how many people are in the stands. It matters how many tickets were sold 72 hours before the game. That's how they judge how many people are going to be for a sellout or not. The other thing is, some owners, and I'm not going to name them because one of them is dead at the moment, used to throw tickets behind the counter so that they couldn't have sellouts. Now, obviously, that's not going on now, but hey, they want people in the stands. They make their money there, not in TV. Even though TV pays a lot of money, you make the money in the stands.
Yeah, one of the problems you have, too, is the, excuse me, the 92,000, what, as Jimmy said, it took 72 hours before. When the Rams played at the Coliseum, they didn't have that peristyle and that far end of the Coliseum. They blocked that off, so their sellouts, I believe, was 72 to 75,000. Now, the Raiders could have lifted it if they and the Denver Broncos, in this case, had have agreed, but I don't think Al Davis wants that. I respect what he's doing. He wants to give, all of the season ticket holders and all people that went out and paid those prices to sit and watch that game. He wanted to give them a break, and that's exactly what happened. And I'll tell you what, it was a heck of a football game when you have that many people in the Coliseum and that many out in Anaheim the other day. They had a total sellout, too. Let's go to our next phone call. We got time for one quick call. It's Scott from Placentia.
Hello, this is Scott. I played on the 81 Eldorado Hawks, and I want to talk about two of my teammates. One is Sean Foy, who plays at Cal State Fullerton, and one is Craig Rutledge, who plays at UCLA. What do you guys think of them?
Okay, Rutledge came out of nowhere. The knock on him was he's too slow to play Pac-10. All of a sudden, he's the starting strong safety at UCLA.
No worries, he came from El Dorado.
That's right. And the other one, Sean Foy, who is now on crutches, may not play this week, and got hit by his own man, Scrap Iron Nevins. He's a lightweight, yet he's the strongest little lightweight you've ever seen. He is in the backfield with the ball. And oddly enough, those two were the county defensive players of the year when they were at Servite. So I think we picked right that particular year. 1 out of 10, not too bad.
Let's take another phone call. It's Loring from Los Angeles. Hi, you're on with us.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
I have a question for Jim. I know it's the middle of football season, but basketball season's coming up, and so my question deals with basketball. What do you think of the upcoming PCAA basketball season? And are you aware of UNLV's team that I think will be their best one since 1977?
UNLV not only has a good team, but last year's red shirts could have competed in the PC2A and taken second place, and I'm not being facetious. I think it's going to be Las Vegas, and everybody else fights for second. Do not rule out Fullerton this year. George McCorn had the best recruiting year ever, has a chance to have the best team ever, and remember, Leon Woods graduated, and still, this may be the best Fullerton team ever to play the game there.
Okay, let's take another phone call real quick. Bill from Newport Beach. Hi, you're on with us.
Hi, I saw the game, the high school game between Saddleback and Newport Beach that you televised. I thought it was one of the best games I've seen. Which team impressed you the most?
Go ahead. You go first.
Newport, and I'll tell you why. First of all, they're on the road, and Saddleback's at home. So if it's a tie, you always give it to the visiting team. And then Newport has a running back named, was it Hauser? Fritz Hauser, that was sitting behind other guys all this time, and now he's the sleeper of the year in Orange County. All of a sudden, the four-year schools are saying, hey, who is this kid?
Right.
And he was our player of the game, and we picked right.
I'll take it real quick in that I like Saddleback. Earl Jones was something else, and I really felt sorry for him that night. And it's going to be a good matchup. Anyway, Jimmy, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
See you next week.
I'll be there.
You'll be there Friday. Next week, Bert Blyleven right here on Calling All Sports. We'll have him here for you to talk to. Might have the Cy Young Award by then. No one knows. We'll see you next week on Calling All Sports.
children abused in America each year. As a nation, we are now aware of the problem. The National Committee for the Prevention of Child Abuse has new information on ways we can stop child abuse before it starts. The committee now has chapters all over the country where volunteers work to develop prevention programs. You can help. For information, write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.